welcome to the Actual Tech Media MegaCast. My name is Jess, and I am excited to be here with you all today. But before we jump into our content, I have some basic information to cover with you. Let's kick off our day here today by taking a quick tour of your audience console. And we're going to start with the questions window. Now, if you haven't already said hi, there is a whole audience of cool humans out there, so reach out and give a wave to the other members of the Actual Tech Media community. Also, keep in mind that if you have any tech issues today, a browser refresh is going to fix just about anything. But if those tech gremlins are clinging on, no problem. Just throw a comment in the question section and our crew will be there to help. We also want this to be an informative webinar for you. So throughout today's MegaCast, we hope you'll get engaged and ask all of your burning questions. Not only will we have team members responding to you over live chat, we will also have a dedicated Q&A session at the end of our presentations. And if we do not get to your question during the webinar, don't worry, because the awesome experts that we have here with us today will be following up with you after we wrap. All right, next up on our tour, there are going to be lots of cool aha moments in the MegaCast today, and if you want to share those with your community, we've made it nice and easy for you. You can use the Twitter button right there in your audience console, and the hashtag for today's MegaCast will automatically get added to your post. And our last stop on this guided tour, be sure to check out the Handouts tab for some resources and takeaways from our speakers here today. We have an info pack collection of solution briefs, white papers, data sheets, free trials, ebooks, upcoming webinars, and more. So many great resources, so be sure to go explore. And if that wasn't enough fun, we also have some exciting prizes we will be giving away throughout the MegaCast today. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about those later on, but a few quick reminders for you all. You do need to be in attendance here live at the webinar in order to qualify to win a prize, and we will follow up with all winners after we wrap the MegaCast today. Now, all winners must submit an IRS Form W-9 to Actual Tech Media, and all winners must meet the Actual Tech Media prize terms and conditions. Now, hey, if you're not sure what those are, no problem. You can find the full T's and C's in that Handouts tab. Again, just click into the Handouts section, scroll down to the bottom, and you'll find the full T's and C's waiting for you there. Now, the absolute most important thing to remember here today is that we love getting all your insightful questions during these live webinars. In fact, we love it so much that we have a special additional prize for all you inquisitive folks out there. In today's MegaCast, we will be giving away a prize for the best question asked in each of our sessions. Now, the expert speakers and teams will review all the questions asked after the webinar, which means that even if your question does not get read out in a live session, there is still a chance to win. If you are a lucky winner here today and would like to donate the value of your prize, we have several wonderful organizations that we partner with. So let us know when we follow up about winning, and we will get that rolling for you. Again, we are so happy to have you all here with us live at the MegaCast today, and we want to keep that good feeling going. So let's connect on social. Reach out and connect with Actual Tech Media on Twitter and LinkedIn. We have lots of great content, and we always want to hear from you. Now, if you're looking for more awesome content right away after we wrap, you want to jump right in, make sure that you subscribe to the Actual Tech Media channel on YouTube. Another fun way to win a prize and to grow this awesome community is to refer an industry friend or coworker to the Actual Tech Media webinar series. Now, you're going to find a link to do that right there in that Handouts tab, and you will also be automatically redirected after we wrap today. Now, both you and your coworker, your friend, could win a prize, and we actually hold those drawings every month. So be sure you refer somebody awesome before you head out today. It could quite literally be a win-win situation. Next, we have a cool opportunity for the decision makers out there to get connected with new and emerging tech and innovative vendors. Here's how it works. All you need to do is click on the link in your Handouts tab and fill out the application. Then the Actual Tech crew will match you with some vendors that we think you should be chatting with based on your needs. There will also be fun opportunities that you can choose to join in, like surveys or test running new solutions, extended demos, and so on. You'll get some chances to win extra prizes, you'll chat with great people, and you will learn about the hottest new trends in tech. So be sure to apply, or hey, send that link to a decision maker in your team. Now, I want to take a quick minute here to remind you about one of my favorite resources, and that is ransomware.org. You can find everything you need to know about ransomware, how to prepare, how to prevent and recover. The site is jam-packed with information, helpful tips, checklists, strategic approaches, case studies, everything you need in one place. So wherever you are in your ransomware preparedness journey, there is something for you at ransomware.org. So go check it out and start exploring. All right, I have one more exciting resource I have to tell you about today, and that is the Gorilla Guide Book Club. It's going to give you access to free enterprise IT books authored by top industry experts, so you can stay up to date on trending enterprise technology. And yes, these books are going to work on your Kindle, your mobile device, and they are completely free, super easy. You can download these awesome resources at gorilla.guide, and there's a link for you in the handouts tab as well. Okay, well, we've covered a lot of important things already, and I don't know about you all, but I am excited to dive in. So let's get rolling. All right, well, I hope you are all pumped up and ready for this, because today is Doing More with Less Day, highlighting technologies that help boost IT efficiency. What a cool discussion, hey? Because who doesn't want to reduce stress, reduce costs, and still get more results, more time, and best of all, more impact? So our entire day today, and folks, it is going to be a big one, is going to help us sort through this exact equation, this balancing act, that sliding scale of input and output. And it is going to be jam-packed because we have a powerhouse lineup of experts here with us, from Couchbase, StrongDM, Rubrik, Pure Storage, Progress Software, OutSystems, Sophos, ReliaQuest, Nutanix, and Okta. What a list. This is going to be such a great conversation. I cannot wait to get started. So let's dive right in. I'm going to introduce myself one more time. My name is Jess Steinbach. I'm a moderator here at Actual Tech Media, and my fellow moderator, Scott Becker, will be here with us on live chat. Keith Ward is going to join us a little bit later on. And as a special treat, we also have the wonderful David Davis joining us for a keynote chat in just a moment. But before we get into that fun, let's talk about prizes. Today on the MegaCast, you could win one of 5 new M2 iPad Pros. Plus, we have a $300 Amazon gift card that we will be giving away every 30 minutes to lucky winners who are here live and present with us at the MegaCast. Now, as I mentioned in the housekeeping chat this morning, you can find the full terms and conditions linked for you in the handouts tab if you do have any questions about that. All right, well, with that last little thing, we are ready to rock. We're going to move right into our keynote chat. And as I said, I am very excited to bring out our keynote speaker, who really needs no introduction, because this morning we get to start our day having a nice little conversation with my friend and fellow moderator here at Actual Tech Media. That is, of course, the one and only David Davis. David, welcome.
Hey, Jess, it's great to be on the MegaCast. Great to be chatting with you again. This is going to be a lot of fun. This topic is near and dear to my heart, and obviously it's hugely popular given the massive audience that's joined the MegaCast today, and the massive lineup of innovative technology companies on here. So I'm excited to be kind of kicking off the event here and chatting with you today. And first, I want to take a moment and just ask everyone to visualize and think about this question for a moment, and put the phone down, put your email aside. Think about this question. What would you do if you could do more with less? And to me, this means, having more free time, having more potentially money available, and you could invest those things in maybe something personal, maybe something business related. Your business might appreciate that. But what would you do if you could do more with less? And I think this is something, we all dream about in the technology industry. We're always looking for the shiny new silver bullet or shiny new object, on the shelf, what the exciting new app that we could use to just revolutionize this, with AI or software or the cloud or, whatever it might be, to make our lives easier and our clients' lives and our customers' lives. So let's take a moment and think about the answers, potential answers to this question. On one hand, maybe you could get all your work done faster and you could just relax. Personally, I'd like to go scuba diving. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Haven't done that in quite a while. So if I had more time, I'd definitely, try to do some water activities, or, maybe just sit back and relax, by the beach or the pool and read a book. I love pictures like this. I could just look at pictures like this if I had more free time. And then, of course, I would want to spend time, with my family and loved ones. I think we all, would like to do that if we had more free time. But when it comes to, our business and the companies that we work for in the technology industry, of course, when we have more free time at work and we have more, free money and resource investment available, the number one thing we should really be working towards is innovation. Building new applications, bringing up new applications, securing our infrastructure, working with our data, analyzing our data, making the most out of it, finding the business differentiating gold in our company's data, using new SaaS services, integrating with partners and clients, to make their lives easier and to help make our company more revenue, because at most companies that is kind of the overall goal. But we need to use technology to do that kind of innovation. And so I want to take a minute and ask everyone out there in the audience, use the questions box to answer this. What would you do if you found a technology that helped you to do more with less? And if you've already found that technology, include that in your answer as well. What technology have you found that has helped you to do more with less? Tell us what the tech is, and tell us what you did with your additional time or money savings. I love to hear success stories. I know that would inspire everyone else out there in the audience. Or maybe if you haven't found that technology yet, just tell us what you're excited about, or what you did when you found a technology. How did you invest your time, or how did you recoup that cost savings to invest it in something more meaningful at your company? And while the audience answers, let me ask you, Jess, what would you do if you could suddenly do more with less?
Boy, David, it's really funny. When you first said this, the list started building in my head of all the things I would want to do. But you know what it really boils down to for me is time. If I had the more that would create the less, or I guess I want to have a day where I'm not looking at my clock. I want to do all the things I'm doing, but without that sense of urgency that, I got to get to that next thing, or I have to wrap this up because I have to get back to this or that. And that's both work and life. I think I just want more time, less deadlines.
Absolutely. Yeah. I would love to have that feeling of not kind of being tied to the clock or the calendar, So yeah, absolutely great answer. I mean, like I said, I would go scuba diving, but when it comes to the business side of that, I would try to look for my clients' biggest pain points and my customers' biggest pain points, and what's the biggest time suck out there, as they say, and try to eliminate those for them. So I think that's a great answer. The audience is responding here. Thank you,
Great
everyone.
answers. Yeah.
So many great responses here. Let's see. Rudolph said, use more time for learning or updating skills. Sean said, low code, no automation, no code automation. We were able to deliver high business value process automation and integration with 1 to 2 people. This allowed us to gain buy-in from the business to create a backlog and grow the team. Matthew moved on to the next set of things on the list. Peter, more efficient, less stress. Security related, more peace of mind.
Yeah, a lot of
time
peace
for
of
personal
mind.
development. Did you see some, Jess?
Yeah, I'm seeing. You know what? I have to say, I'm loving the blend here with folks that are thinking about work and getting more time, and also people then saying, "I want to work less and retire." And what an interesting thing that I think for a lot of us, it's kind of two sides of the same coin, right? It's this sense of space in your day, whether it's to do more work or to do more fun.
Absolutely. A number of folks said, AI, they have high hopes for AI to make their lives easier, business and personal. Take more vacations. Absolutely. I want to second that. Travel more, more time at home. So great answers out there. Thank you everyone for those. I know we're starting to run out of time here. Let me kind of wrap up my keynote and just kind of summarize what kind of technologies out there could make it possible, because we talked about AI. Certainly there'll be some of that focused or mentioned here, covered on the MegaCast. But just a quick example of some technology that did make it possible. The best thing since sliced bread. You've heard that saying. I looked this up and found it interesting. In 1928, this guy, I'm not going to try to pronounce his name, invented the bread slicing machine, and made everyone's life easier. I don't know, Jess, if you've accidentally gotten those bagels that require you to cut them, and you go to eat one and you're like,
Yes.
oh no, I got to cut this thing.
I always
That's
do it
going to take like,
wrong.
yeah,
Yes,
that's
it
going to take
never
like
comes out
10 minutes.
even.
I should have upgraded to the pre-sliced bagels.
Yes.
Anyway, that was just an example of a long ago technology, but we're all looking for more technology that can give us greater efficiency around both dollars as well as time. We're looking for certainly greater security. And someone said, peace of mind there in the audience, in lieu of ransomware events happening and malicious attacks happening in the news every day. We need more security and data protection and rapid recovery. We're all looking for automation. I really like this robot, cocktail bartender. I got a latte from a robot in the Austin airport, which was pretty good actually. But in terms of the business, we need automation to automate common processes, make things more efficient, save time and save money for our clients and customers. We have tons of data everywhere. I think this picture looks like, if I were to open a hard drive, all the data would come spilling out. Certainly that must be what it looks like inside of a hard drive right there. Kind of like Raiders of the Lost Ark when they open the Ark and your face melts from it. That's what the data must look like. But anyway, we've got tons of data and we don't know what to do with it. But that data, as they say, is gold, digital gold. And, there's so much we could do to save our company time and money, by leveraging that data. And then cloud offers so many possibilities in a lot of different ways for efficiency, security, data protection, rapid recovery, automation, and so much more. And with that, I think that's a kind of a great place to wrap up. The coolest thing about today's event is we're going to be learning about innovative technology like the companies you see here on the screen, very specific solutions that can help you to really save time and money and do more with less. So, Jess, I think that's a great place to wrap up. I'll hand it back to you.
Yeah, David, thank you so much. What a fun conversation. David, go do some of those things. You've got time in your day now. Go scuba diving.
We'll see. I might. Thanks, Jess.
Thank you, David. A big thank you to all of you out there who participated in that. That was so much fun to see all of your answers coming in. I could barely keep up reading along with them. And what a fun way to start our day, thinking about all the things we would do with more time, more resources, both in our personal lives and in our work lives. I don't know how much I can help with taking away our clocks in our personal lives or changing your paychecks or your bills, but boy, can we help with your team. We can definitely help give you back some of that time in your day, in your workplace. And hopefully that trickles out to the rest of your life and you all find ways to do more of that travel and scuba diving list as well. Real quick, and speaking of timeline, I do want to ask you all this question. What is your time frame for adding new or updating existing IT solutions? Now, today we're talking a little bit higher level, a little bit more strategic. So maybe it's not just a set answer, but are you thinking that your organization needs to make changes desperately, immediately? This has to happen now? Or are you thinking maybe a little bit longer term? Maybe you've got those far away glasses on and you're looking for that improvement in 2024, 2025. So no wrong answers here, just trying to get an idea of whether or not you're thinking things are a little bit more desperate or a little bit more longer term. So give us your best guess there. And I'm seeing most of you kind of in the not sure category, which is great because again, we're going to talk about a lot of stuff today. And so it's going to be really fun and maybe a little more strategic. And that's a nice place to start with a little uncertainty. And then we'll move into some certainty as we go. Well, speaking of which, I think it's time that we kick off this MegaCast. And boy, are we starting out on a bang. As you can see, folks, we are going to kick things off with Couchbase. So I am very excited to introduce you all to Tim Rotach, Director, Product Marketing at Couchbase. Tim, thank you so much for being here with us today to kick things off on this exciting MegaCast. Now, I know you have some awesome content lined up for us today. We want to get into some audience questions at the end. So I am going to step back and hand things on over to you. Take it away, Tim.
So, in terms of the topic of doing more with less, I like to think about this as in terms of productivity, but also in terms of spending, right? Leaning into that, paying less for things, right? Which is also a good part of it. So in every organization, companies are building applications that they use to work with their employees, to engage customers, to drive customer experiences, to stay ahead of the competitions. And that data, as was mentioned earlier, data needs to be stored somewhere, right, to make those applications work. So databases and applications go hand in hand. And the question is, are databases driving up your costs and reducing your efficiency and productivity? And so that's what I want to cover. So setting this up, I'm just going to go into a few slides on what we hear from our customers and from the market and the challenges they've faced and how we help them overcome them. So if we look at those two areas that I just mentioned, applications and databases, I'm talking about custom applications that every organization or almost every organization is using to build, to have great experiences with their customers, right? How employees work together, wherever they are. This has changed dramatically over the past, let's say 2 decades. It used to be that organizations built their own applications for generally internal purposes. It'd be like a finance system or a retail system or an HR system or kind of things related to their business. And it'd be used by a small number of people. It'd be built by a very big team, and it wouldn't change much over time. It was kind of set. But the world as we know it has changed, right? The internet has come into play. Mobile computing has come into play. We're all online all the time, all over the globe. And that's changed what applications need to be and how organizations engage with their customers and their employees and partners as well, right? So experiences need to be great. They need to be built very efficiently, and they need to adapt very quickly, right? It's not just like, oh, we're building this application and it's never changing again. That's not how the web works, right? Think of all the great web companies and the applications they built and the way you interact with them. They're constantly evolving, right? It's this agile computing methodology and sprints and moving very quickly. But there's also a challenge of data sprawl, data everywhere, right? In too many places. How do we help avoid that? And then it needs to be deployed efficiently. You want these applications and the databases that support them to be everywhere, right? They need to be up all the time. They can't just be like, oh, well, we're shutting it down on the weekend. That doesn't really work anymore, right? All of this is tied to the databases and how the data is stored underneath. Um, Things like, some of the things that have always needed to be there as part of a database, like when two people ask the same question, they get the same answer. That's database consistency. That's still important. But the modern demands of the tremendous number of users, the amount of questions they have, the way it's developed has changed databases and the needs of databases as well. And one of the core things is flexibility. So applications have relied over the past, let's say, 50 years, primarily on relational databases. They are great for being very efficient and storing data in a way that data is not really repeated all over the place. And so they use these relationships to map a customer to a product, to a table, to an address and phone numbers. And so they have all this data very efficiently stored. The problem is that's not really great for doing analysis, but it's also not great for flexibility. As I said, these applications evolve very quickly and need to change in the modern world. And so every time you want to do that, if your database needs to change, you have to work with a database administrator, and it can be quite a challenge, and it really slows down that evolution process, right? So flexibility is really important in databases today. The other challenge, and again, going back to that data slide, right, is this challenge within organizations that have multiple applications. Some of our customers have hundreds of different applications or even microservices. And what they're doing is using a different type of database for each of those individual microservice or each individual application. And what that leads to is data sprawl. It means, you've got data in all these different databases or data related technology. And at the time, it seems like, well, this is a good choice for this problem. but in reality, across an organization, what that means is you've got all these technologies you've got to manage, you've got to license them, you've got to learn how to use them, you've got to support them, you've got to integrate them. So there's just all of these things that take a lot of time, it cause inefficiency, and also drive up cost. Okay. Another challenge is when these applications and the databases grow in scale, right? Okay, maybe it was working for 200 people, but now we're going to have 500,000 people using this application. You know, we want to make sure that it's up and running all the time. It's still, the millionth user is getting the same speeds as the 100th person, right? So the database and the application need to scale and do so effectively, so that way that great experience is still happening. And then mobile, we're all mobile users nowadays, right? We're global, we're on the move. um, you know we have feet, we have cars, we go places, right? So you want the data that you're having in your organization and building into the applications to be available to people in their mobile phones, in your mobile apps, even if the internet goes down, right? You don't want that to be a limiter. So these are some of the challenges with databases that we see today. So what's the solution? Um, One of the solutions is modern databases build in flexibility by having JSON document structures, document databases, which don't require these rigid relational structures to be in place. That means that developers are more engaged in deciding what the data looks like, and can move more quickly in terms of the evolution of the application and the data that's related to it, right? And you can see this quote from Ryanair, where it's empowering the developers to move more quickly and solve business challenges. Here's the second one that's really tied to kind of the theme of today, is that if you have a database platform that can do, I showed you that slide of data sprawl, right? Where you have data in all of these different databases. Well, the more you can have a broad multi-model, they're called, or just a broad database platform that can do all of these different data technologies in one places, then you don't need all these separate databases, right? You can have the same kind of core data and use it in different ways for multiple different applications, multiple microservices, even mobile applications. Tie it all together, which helps improve your release cycles, reduces operational management, and gives you a lot more for a lot less, as you can see from the quote from Phil at Broadjump. Horizontal scaling is important. You want to make sure that the database can scale and support your application as it scales. That's one of the things about Couchbase. We have a very scalable in-memory architecture, which means that customers can just add nodes to their cluster, and they don't need to take it down. One major complaint about relational databases is if you wanted to move to a bigger box, you had to kind of take down the old system, install the new box, and then kind of get the database started again. That's not the case with Couchbase. And kind of a fourth key component here is the mobile integration, right? Having a platform where the data stays centrally in the cloud, but you can sync it out to mobile applications and have an embedded database that works even if it's offline. So that way, people in the field who are using these applications they get disconnected. We have an example. PepsiCo uses us for their delivery drivers. So delivery drivers in their old system would go drive into a city, and they would lose cell signal, and the delivery drivers would have to revert to paper. Okay, pull out the paper, write down all the notes, what I delivered, what I picked up. They get back in their truck. Once they got service, they had to manually type everything back in. That's not the case. They use Couchbase embedded database. The applications keep the data offline, still work 100% even if there's no web connection. So having that flexibility, and again, that's all tied to their main system. They don't need a separate database and a separate technology outside of that. So those are some of the core solutions to some of those core problems. Couchbase is a database as a service, meaning that in terms of operational aspects, we help customers, we manage the database for them. So we can help them get up and running in about 2 minutes time. We manage upgrades, we manage updates, security, things like that. Most of that is handled by us as a platform. And the reasons why customers come to Couchbase are really performance. They had some problems with their speed of their current relational databases. That flexibility that I manage, not only in terms of evolving the application quickly, but also the ability to have the flexibility to include different microservices, different applications on the same data set. Having a very strong mobile offering, like I just mentioned with Pepsi, and reducing total cloud costs. So being able to scale effectively is not only important for delivering a good experience, but it's important because you can reduce your cloud costs if you can build your databases in a very smart way on the backside. Then you're moving less data, you could be storing less data, you can be just reducing your overall cloud costs, which is a significant portion as we talk to customers of one thing they're trying to do in terms of moving to the cloud. So who does Couchbase work with? Well, we work across all industries. All industries. We're a very horizontal type of organization, but we work with over 30% of the Fortune 100 for their mission critical applications. But we work with startups as well. We work with a lot of companies that are 10, 20, 50 people. So we're kind of across the board. And for the smaller organizations, our database as a service really makes a lot of sense where you want to be efficient, you have a smaller team, and you're looking to offload some of that management. Just kind of the final slide before wrap up. I've talked a little bit about the technology and efficiency and what you can do more, but I want to lean into a little bit about that for less aspect, right? So Tech Validate is a website that organizations can use to work with their customers, and we do this, and ask them questions and let them answer themselves. So we use Tech Validate to do surveys of our customers, and more than half, so 57% said that they were able to reduce in their transition to Couchbase their total cost of ownership by at least 50%, right? So they're getting to do more, like the quote from Phil at Broadjump, right? They're getting more out of a technology platform, and it's costing them less than it was in the past, right? And why? Because we can perform at scale. We're very efficient as a database technology. It's a single platform, as I've highlighted a few times. And those cloud advantages, being able to scale up in a smart way, in a centralized way, also help reduce operational and technology costs. So with that, I'll just do a quick wrap up. I think we're kind of coming up on time. If you want to learn out more about Couchbase and NoSQL databases, which is kind of the new generation of modern cloud databases, you can come to Couchbase. We have resources on why NoSQL, why it's important, why it's valuable. We have some great information about lowering total cost of ownership, some executive write-ups about that, industrial benchmark executive study, some links there. And if you're more of a database person and or developer and you want to try it out, we have a free trial of our database as a service, Couchbase Capella, or you can download a free community edition as well. So those resources are all available for you, and I've got a PDF of a lowering total cost of ownership ebook as well as part of this event. So with that, I will we're moving to Q&A.
Yeah, let's do it, Tim. Okay, before we do that, I'm going to very quickly move. I'm just giving everyone a second to click on that link if they haven't already. And now I'm going to move over to our poll. And we have a question for everyone out there in the audience now. It is your turn to answer a question. What additional information would you all like to get about the Couchbase solution? There's a bunch of options for you on the screen right now. If you don't see something that you're looking for, feel free to write it in the questions window. But take a second now and throughout the MegaCast today, click on these polls. This is a great way to make your life easy. So we're talking about doing more with less. Right now, the less option is to click on this poll, and Couchbase is going to send you exactly what you need. So you don't have to do any searching. You don't have to do any digging. Just let them send you exactly the resources you're looking for. While you're clicking on that, Tim and I are going to get into some questions. Tim, are you ready?
Sure.
All right. I had a few questions coming in about database migration and database replication. So I'm wondering if you can address those.
Sure. So in terms of migration, right, typically our customers are migrating from relational databases. Um, Not always the case. Some of them are on NoSQL databases, and that's both are something that we can help our prospective customers with.
Mm,
Not only is there tons of documentation and white papers and so on, but we have a professional services team that can help with this, but also a whole lot of training materials, trial materials where people can come on board and get familiar with the product for free. We have a developers playground where they can try code and so on. So a lot of different tools and offerings to help it make it easy. So it's just a matter of reaching out, and our team can work with you to figure out what you need and what are the right next steps.
I love it. So a lot of support available along the way.
Yes. Yeah, this is Couchbase is very much been an enterprise focused company. We engage our customers in a very deep way unless they don't want to, right? So, but we have a history of working very closely with them. So, as much support as you're looking for, we're ready to deliver.
Awesome. Okay. We got a question here, and we have so many acronyms, and I'm gonna read this out non-acronymy, the long way. But we're wondering about how close the Couchbase query language is to American National Standards Institute Structured Query Language, or ANSI SQL.
ANSI SQL.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, no, that's fine. So, it is a question. So that's one thing in terms of um, for those who are familiar with databases and have grown up or lived in a relational world, the SQL query language, the standard query language, SQL, is used for all relational databases. And moving into a world of NoSQL, which means not only SQL, those databases are bit different. Most of them are document databases, some of them are graph databases, and so on. And a lot of platforms have created their own query language, which makes it challenging. You have to then learn, an additional thing to learn. That's something different than Couchbase. So Couchbase, although it's a document database, uses SQL as our query language. So those who come from a relational world can use the SQL that they know and are familiar with and use that against a Couchbase database. Now, every form of SQL is slightly different, but ANSI is, a national or international standards body, and so um, the Couchbase SQL language meets the standard of ANSI SQL. So it's just kind of to reinforce that if you know SQL in a relational world, it makes the transition to Couchbase easier because there's really nothing new to learn in that area. And it's something that speaking to customers, many of them appreciate because their teams are well versed in that. It makes the transition smoother.
Well, and that's a perfect transition because we got a question here from Laura that's really interesting, wondering about that learning process. And so, wondering if you can kind of give a little insight to the audience what available resources there are. And you mentioned a few right at the end to help developers that are maybe getting started with NoSQL.
Sure. So on the Couchbase website, there's obviously a lot of videos, but we have something called the Playground, and it's where developers can come in and look at different examples for their different programming languages. It supports like 10 different developer programming languages like Python and Node.js and .NET. So there's all these different examples across all these different programming languages. Someone can come in and look at the examples, run the examples, change the examples. But then, if they want to start a trial, there's a free 30-day Capella trial, our database as a service. They can sign up. They can go in. There's sample data sets. They can load their own data. There's tutorials built into that, more information about our software development kits. It's all built into our free trial. So that's kind of another good place.
Perfect. We got a couple of questions about both security and compliance. So, any additional security recommendations that you would make, and/or any how customizable is it for somebody that maybe like healthcare came up and HIPAA compliance, things like that?
Yeah, sure. So I showed you some of the logos of the customers we work with, and we work with, as I said, more than 30% of the Fortune 100, right? So security has been something that has been critically important for us since day one. And I would say that in terms of security, we're quite proven in terms of working with, many of the largest companies around the globe. So, every time you do a big RFP and there's a big security analysis and so on, and never really had any challenges. So I would say in terms of a security perspective, I think we can meet any of the levels that customers are looking for. In terms of our database as a service, where we're hosting the data and managing the data, working with customers, we're SOC 2 compliant. We meet GDPR standards. We're HIPAA ready. We just recently passed PCI DSS for those who are familiar with that, and then also CSA Star, which is another web cloud compliance. So we've passed many compliance tests with our database as a service. So in general, I think we meet pretty much any of the security needs that an organization can have, but we'd be happy to engage with people and answer any of their specific questions.
Perfect. And you mentioned that there were a lot of organizations that you work with in terms of size and scale. We did get a question in about if somebody is in a rapid growth phase, this is still a solution that is going to make sense for them. Is there anything that you wouldn't? Is there anyone that you wouldn't recommend? Or does this kind of work for any phase, style, size of industry and organization?
I would say any size, if they have like a really important application that they need a database technology for. I mean, we have a gaming company out of Germany. They have 60 people and their game has been downloaded 400 million times and they use our embedded database.
Wow.
Vonage, who probably most people have heard of, they acquired a company a couple years ago called Nixmo, who was, I think, only around 100 people at the time. They built the SMS API that is used in Airbnb and Uber. So if you've ever taken an Uber and sent a text message to your driver, that's going through the Nixmo platform, and that's powered by Couchbase on the back end. So we have lots of examples of smaller, 25 to 100 person startups, high growth, that are looking to get in and scale and move rapidly. So the answer to that is yes. we have a lot of those customers as well. It's not just LinkedIn. It's not just PepsiCo. It's not just some of those other big brands. It's a broad spectrum.
I like it, Tim. Yes to all. Well, that's a great place to start to wrap it up. We do have a lot of questions still coming in. If you have some time to hang out on live chat, we're also going to make sure that all these questions get sent to the Couchbase team. So everyone who asked a question will get an answer back. Before you leave us though, Tim, if somebody does want to get started, we've talked about some resources. You talked about the playground. What do you recommend is the very first step for kind of jumping in to Couchbase?
Classic, go to the website. Go to the website. Either you should be able to find lots of quick resources for getting started. The free trial, playground, stuff like that we're kind of highlighting in those items. And always, there's always a contact us button. For those more technically oriented, we have a Discord server that you can join. It's very, very highly engaged by the Couchbase team to answer any questions. So, and you can find that as well on the website. So, that's your path. Look for stuff. If you have questions, fill out the contact form. We'll get back to you right away.
I love that. And Tim, I want to tell you, you're getting a lot of high fives from the audience as well. I think you definitely struck some chords with the folks out there today. So I appreciate you coming in and chatting with us. It's been a lot of fun talking to you.
Sure. Happy to help.
All right. And to all of you out there who clicked on the poll, thank you. Keep that coming. Keep clicking on that poll. Let Couchbase know how they can follow up with you. While you're doing that, I will also direct you on over to the handouts tab. Be sure that you've got that ebook downloaded. And actually, Tim just mentioned this. This is the Couchbase Capella. So really looking at helping lower that TCO. So make sure you've got that ebook downloaded. Hold on to that. Save that for after we wrap. And in the meantime, let's see, I think it's time for a prize giveaway. I knew you were all waiting on that. We are going to give away a $300 Amazon gift card. And our very first Amazon gift card is going to Paul Geromini of Massachusetts. Paul Geromini of Massachusetts. Congratulations to you, Paul. Now, we will follow up with you after we wrap. And in the meantime, hang tight because there's lots more chances to win. Oh, I see a frowny face from Chahak. Don't worry, Chahak. There's more chances to win. There's more prizes coming your way. And we've got that best question gift card coming at you from each session. So just by asking those questions, you are entered to win. We will review all the questions asked after we wrap. Even if we don't get to your question live in our Q&A session, you are still entered to win. So keep those questions coming. All right, folks. Well, with that, we are going to move things along. Last chance to click on the poll. Da, 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 da. Oh, Russell says the content is the real. All right, speaking of which, let's get into some more awesome content for all of you today. We have another incredible expert here with us to talk to us about what is up at Strong DM. I am so excited to introduce you all to Fazila Malik, Product Marketing Manager at Strong DM. Fazila, thank you so much for being here with us today at the MegaCast. Now, I know you have a great presentation lined up for us, so I'm going to step back and hand the platform on over to you. Take it away, Fazila.
Hello, and thank you for joining me today. I am Fazila, Product Marketing Manager at StrongDM, and today we'll be talking about how in today's remote workforce, we can simplify access while enhancing security. As you can see here, infrastructure no longer has boundaries. It's on-premise, it's in multiple clouds, or both. It's ephemeral, it's shape-shifting. And while it offers great possibilities, it's difficult to contain. The number of resources that require access is growing, and the people accessing these resources are no longer sitting in one office, but across the globe, adding to the complexity of managing that access. This tangle of resources is difficult for anyone, machine or person, to map or even see clearly. Security teams are responsible for keeping it all secure and compliant. They've implemented legacy privileged access management tools that unfortunately only secure a small set of resources. That's why organizations must still rely on tools like VPNs and firewalls to keep things safe. And what if you have resources in the cloud? You start to introduce CASB and SASE solutions to cover your bases. You end up building gates, walls, and hoops for everyone to jump through. This makes things secure, but also incredibly cumbersome for the people who actually need access to infrastructure to do their daily jobs. Users are struggling to get to the resources they need, and security leaders lose their view into all the systems. Policies are not being enforced across the enterprise, and you can't be sure who has access to what, when, and how. It's hard to navigate, manage, and institutional control is lost. It's just gotten too complicated. So with this complexity arises multiple consequences. The most recent Verizon report says 61% of breaches are caused by compromised credentials. There are proliferation of credentials that exist due to standing access and over-provisioned users. We know that unused privileges exist, but are not being used, and for every credential that exists, you have a growing attack surface. It's one of the reasons why you see passwordless becoming the way of the future. If there are no passwords to be compromised, then you can mitigate risk. Also, many industries are responsible for upholding internal and external regulatory compliance. When you have a multitude of solutions securing access to all the different parts of your infrastructure, it's hard to know if everything is even secure, or let alone audited. And unfortunately, you can't really protect what you can't see. Another problem that arises is poor adoption to security tools by the users it is meant to protect. Security teams put in controls to enhance overall security posture, and this becomes too cumbersome and users find workarounds because the security controls cause too much friction. Organizations then continue to be at risk, a breach happens, and then more security gates go up. The key to breaking this cycle is to make security simple and easy to use. One of the most important things to consider when selecting a security solution is the ease of use. You want to create the path of least resistance of the users to prevent credential sharing and workarounds. So what is this desired outcome, right? We've been hearing this term zero trust for the past decade, right? In recent data I read said that zero trust security market size is projected to reach 60.7 billion by 2027. That's billion with a B. We are continually reminded of how important it is to mitigate risk. You see all types of tools that are zero trust architecture, zero trust authentication, zero trust access, zero trust network access. I can go on and on. When Kindervag recommended this model in 2010, it was coming to light that traditional access models operated on this outdated assumption that organizations should trust everything within their networks. The thinking was that perimeter-based security, including firewalls, would be enough to validate user access and secure the network entirely. But as more workers started remotely accessing systems through all types of devices and all kinds of connections, this trust structure proved insufficient to effectively manage a distributed workforce. So, as we think about a zero trust strategy for access management, it's a climb. The way we think about it here is that the foundation of access control really starts with the basic identity-based access. You have adopted a way to authenticate users based on their identity using single sign-on providers and multi-factor authentication. The next step to this is you get to move on to privileged access. This is created to provide additional security to what are considered privileged accounts. This can often be managed by privileged access solutions. However, is that really enough? As we move up, you have all these unused privileges that still continue to exist. So we climb the maturity model and you reach just-in-time access. It's not about certain users having privileged access grants, but rather having access that only exists when it is needed. A user doesn't need access to MySQL 24/7, but rather just the 4 hours to complete a certain project. The next step beyond just-in-time access is what we call dynamic access. It's just-in-time access to everything in your stack for all of your technical staff. It's the idea of being able to embrace zero standing privileges, where access only exists when it is needed and doesn't exist when it's not. Level 4 here is the peak, and it's what we are all reaching for. So what does dynamic access management actually look like? It's a centralized access management tool for everything in your infrastructure: cloud, databases, clusters, and servers, no matter where they live, in the cloud or on-prem. Users can easily connect to what they need without the hassle of credentials and jumping through any hoops. Admins can manage all the resources through the admin panel and see into every query and keystroke. All the access is either role-based, attribute-based, or time-based with an audit trail of everything. The vision here is to implement and deploy not only privileged access management, but actually enable dynamic access management. With dynamic access, you can start eliminating standing access grants and implement workflows so that your users can be granted access to resources when they need it. And when they don't need access, those permissions don't exist, and you can't ever be compromised. This can reduce your access risk by anywhere from 85 to 99% and get you even closer to reaching those zero trust goals. So let's double click on that and cover a few more key components. So access is not based on where you are, but rather who you are. With identity as the new perimeter, access needs to be identity-based as well. A SCIM integration between your preferred identity provider and StrongDM allows you to sync user permissions. So if someone is added to a group in Okta, that's immediately reflected in StrongDM. An engineer will have access to the environments on day one. No waiting needed. Offboarding can be done just as easily. Remove someone from a group, and then access is immediately revoked. This also supports join your mover and leaver workflows. So as people change jobs in a company, their access does too. We talked about just-in-time access as that level 3 on the security maturity model. It is more than just implementing just-in-time access, but automating it. We know that there's environments like production environments where we wouldn't want standing access to exist for users all the time. In this case, you can protect your environment by implementing just-in-time workflows. Access only exists, as I said, when you need it. With StrongDM's access workflows, users can request access directly from your favorite chat tool, like Slack. Access is automatically approved based on certain roles or attributes. No waiting, no endless tickets of access requests, and everything is tracked. Do you have a security policy that requires manual approval? No problem. Admins can configure workflows to require human approval as well. Requests are received directly through chat or email. All requests are time-bound, so you can grant access for the next 30 minutes or 30 days and revoke access early as needed. One of the other components I want to talk about is observability. So with the StrongDM platform, we protect our customers by comprehending the meaning of every gesture as it's happening. By observing and inspecting the network traffic, StrongDM can comprehend the meaning of a database query, the meaning of this command, or the meaning of a certain connection. And then we're converting that into a form that your staff can understand, and also that your SIM and other security systems can understand as well. I like to think of StrongDM as the Rosetta Stone for infrastructure. The platform translates the bytes and packets into a form that's digestible and could be for policy-based enforcement, cutting off access to stop harm from happening. Having these digestible and parsable audit logs mitigates risks, improves time to investigate and responds to incidents, as well as audit your security policies. So in summary, we've covered a lot, but what are kind of these positive outcomes that you can expect? You want total institutional control of access. So as access is granted based on roles and attributes, with just-in-time workflows, we're eliminating the standing access, all while eliminating the need for credentials. Seamless automated workflows are leveraged to grant access. Users just request when they need something. If something's more sensitive, like prod, you require that human approval. The second thing, total visibility. Now you can see exactly who had access to what, when, where, and why. Everything is monitored and auditable. This ensures that blind spots are eliminated and everything adheres to the internal and external regulatory compliance. No one is accessing something that you can't see. And adoption. This is a big one here. So security and ease of use no longer have to be at odds. This leads to faster and more complete implementation of your access and identity security protections. Every part of the process, from deployment to implementation and administration to the end user experience, has been designed to make those people happy. Do you want to learn more? Do you want to be able to see it in action? You can check out our website, strongdm.com. We also have some great resources to learn about why the market is ripe for a dynamic privileged access management solution. I encourage all of you to book a demo with our team at strongdm.com/get-a-demo. Thank you so much for having me.
Well, Fazila, thank you so much for such an interesting conversation, a great presentation. I can see we've got a lot of questions coming in, and I want to direct all of you over to the poll on your screen. So what additional information would you like to get about the Strong DM solution? Obviously, Fazila was just kind of giving us an intro. We're brushing the surface. There is lots more to dig into. So when you think about what would be most helpful to you in terms of moving forward and researching and getting into that next step, what would that be? So what additional information, data sheets, white papers, case studies, whatever you've got in your brain. Again, this is the more with less, right? The do less, get more. So click on a button and get some resources sent your way. While you're doing that, I will also remind you to head on over to the handouts tab. Be sure you snag the complete guide to security access maturity model from Strong DM. Definitely worth checking out. So open that tab up and save that for later. And for those of you counting along at home, it is time for another prize giveaway. Okay, so this time we're going to give away a $300 Amazon gift card as well as an M2 iPad Pro. So we're going to start with a $300 Amazon gift card. And I'll remind you one more time that you do need to be here live and present with us at the MegaCast in order to qualify to win. All right, so our next winner of a $300 Amazon gift card is Christian Reuter of Minnesota. Christian Reuter of Minnesota, you have won a $300 Amazon gift card. And our M2 iPad Pro is going to Ryan Capra of Michigan. Ryan Capra of Michigan, congratulations to you both. We will be in touch about claiming your prize after we wrap. And I'm just laughing at Hassan, who was writing his name in repeatedly to the questions tab. I'm not drawing from the questions tab, but I love the enthusiasm, Hassan. I love it. I will cross my fingers for you. Okay, so for all of you out there who are like Hassan and hoping to win that next prize, stay tuned because there's more prizes coming your way, plus that best question gift card from each session. So keep those questions coming in because just by asking that question, you are entered to win. Again, we're reviewing all the questions asked after we wrap up. All right, team. Well, we're going to keep things moving right along in the MegaCast today because as you can see, we are in for a treat. We get to chat with Rubrik. So here with us today, Chris Wolf, Database Solutions Architect at Rubrik. Chris, thank you so much for being with us at the MegaCast. Now, I know you have a great presentation lined up for us. We also want to leave some time for Q&A at the end. So I'm going to step back and hand things over to you. Take it away, Chris.
All right. Thank you very much, Jess. Hi, everybody. I hope you're having a great day. Great prizes there. Let's see here. So today, keeping with the theme of boosting IT efficiency, I'll be covering how Rubrik can help make database protection easier with Rubrik snappable backups, basically. So go over, the current landscape, what required capabilities DBAs usually require, and then, talk about Rubrik for databases, and then we'll recap and give some resources for you guys to look at afterwards. So the current landscape is, we just have some production bases, power applications that run your business. This means if your databases are down, your business is probably down as well. In our first report from Rubrik Zero Labs, the state of data security, 98% of organizations experience a cyber attack, which means your organization more than likely experienced one at some point or another. It has been more critical for businesses to get their data protected and quickly recovered to ensure your business is brought back online very fast in a good way. However, this is easier said than done. DBA jobs. Yeah.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. We're getting a little bit of choppiness on your mic, and I hate to ask you this. Can I get you to refresh and I'll hold down the fort. You just do a quick refresh and come back in.
Yeah, I'll give it a try. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry about that, folks. We're apparently somebody out there fed the gremlins after midnight, clearly. There we go. Chris, you back with us?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, still a little choppy, but let's see if we can keep going for a little bit, and then we'll see what we got to do from there.
All right. Well, I can switch mics too if you need me to.
That's working okay right now.
Okay. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
They refreshed my internet yesterday, so we'll see if that is causing some interlining issues, basically.
Oh, good times. All right. Well, I'm here with you. I'll check back in if you're dropping out again.
No worries. Once again, this is easier said than done. The DBA's job is more difficult than ever before, as its only promises to get more challenging as the volume, variety, complexity, all these kinds of things are into. And then of course you're being asked to push into the cloud and data centers as well, basically. So what you see in the screen is a common database environment. You have production databases, your backup storages, copies and restores. Both of these approaches to backup and recovery leave databases vulnerable. They create silos and make it difficult for database admins, IT admins, and SecOps to work together to meet business objectives and protect data. So moving on to the next step, DBAs are not only having to manage, hundreds and thousands of databases, job backups, and also any ancillary systems like, index maintenance, things like that. More common tasks as far as admin stuff, but increasingly worry about ransomware and other cyber attacks. As we know, the goal of ransomware is to deny you access to your own data. And what's a DBA in charge of? Databases and the data contained within them. When ransomware attacks a database, the database backups, it's a very bad day to be a DBA at that point. Along with this, your business needs to respond faster and analyze more data to be competitive. This results in applications needing more specified databases for every use case. Gartner estimates that enterprise spending on databases doubled from 2017 to today, from 38 billion to about 80 billion today. A typical enterprise today uses legacy databases, for legacy applications, a variety of cloud and on-premise databases for analytics, in-memory databases, and so on and so forth, all kinds of different types. Each of these databases have their own tools for backups, with different SLAs. Dealing with these complexities is expensive, and creates silos and increases the risk of critical data within your list of data, and left unprotected, basically. Along with that, on top of that, there's no global catalog, making reporting of database administration, manual, basically. You have to go to each system and figure out how they're doing their backups and making sure that they're getting their backups done. This makes visibility very difficult. And this is where the API inside of Xero can help you to automate those kinds of situations as well. To make matters worse, data volumes are growing, driven by transaction volumes as well as needed richer data and applications. A report sponsored by Seagate, conducted by the IDC, estimated the enterprise data collection has increased by 42% over the last 2 years. Data has basically jumped from 1 petabyte in 2020 to about 2 petabytes in 2022. The growth in data collection can be attributed to the increase of user analytics, global migration initiatives, proliferation of Internet of Things devices. For example, retailers now track more data about each customer. At the same time, backup windows have remained the same or have shortened, driven by need for higher availability. This means backing up data and making it available for testing, refreshes, and operational recoveries often exceed desired SLAs. But what we find is that most of the time organizations are unable to rapidly recover what they need when they need it, for example. Discovering specific tables or specific sets of rows when needed. Legacy tools are often limited to all or nothing recovery methods that take a lot of time. This adds operational risk and is much slower than desired by the business, basically. And then on top of that, sadly, many DBAs are still using purpose-built backup applications or secondary storage systems that are susceptible to these style of attacks. Simply put, secondary storage systems and purpose-built backup applications cannot satisfy the requirements of modern database protection. Many organizations still rely on insecure architectures that require loosely coupled backup hardware, software, and secondary storage systems, which creates a larger attack surface. Imagine waking up and all your backups are deleted and the backup software incapacitated in a cyberware attack. The business is down as you scramble to bring up the backup software and databases with any offline copy you're able to find, basically, at that point. It's not coming through. Okay, so, and all these challenges are compounded as you add more databases and database types. When I first started as a DBA, I only really had to worry about SQL Server, but now I got to worry about Postgres, maybe a little bit of cloud with Amazon RDS or Azure SQL, all kinds of things that are added that makes it more complex. And this also includes things like SQL Server, DB2, Oracle, SAP HANA, and then, together we're going to have these challenges of, how to protect against cyber attacks, things like that, basically. How do I keep all my databases secure and available to recover in the face of those cyber attacks? How do I maintain a backup and recovery SLA when data volumes are increasing and backup windows shrinking? Similarly, how do I rapidly recover only the data I need and make it available to users? As well, how do I centrally manage numerous databases in the cloud as well as in the data center? So we cover the basics, and this is what we believe is a whole new set of requirements. The required capabilities are, keep your databases secure and available, automated the database protection, whether that be through APIs or done through the UI itself, unified database protection across the whole enterprise. Can I see everything in the cloud? Can I see everything on-prem as well? And then manage database protection efficiently. Can I do it faster than I do my native backups? And then recover what you need when you need it. Am I allowed to get to my point in time? Am I allowed to, get to a certain place and move it maybe to a different data center or something like that? So the very first thing we're going to cover is, when keeping databases secure and available, Rubrik adopts what's called a zero trust by design system. So we have an append-only file system. So this means any backups we are taking are immutable. They can't be encrypted, can't be deleted off the Rubrik storage. Basically, those bad actors can't get into your system and take care of your backups. Automated database protection. We have a global policy-driven automation through what's called an SLA domain. We have the basically declarative backup rules. So when I was a DBA, what I cared about was how often am I taking a backup, how long am I retaining it for, and when does my backup occur? You can see inside this example here, I can take a backup maybe once a day, and I'll keep that for 30 days. And then maybe I'll take a snapshot window, and it'll be within like 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. And I can set my times of when Rubrik is okay to take those backups. And then it's automatically discovered protection across the enterprise and public cloud. So if you add a cloud subscription, we'll automatically know that those new databases are being added and automatically retain them as part of that. Along with that, unified data protection across the entire enterprise. Rubrik gives you a global catalog that shows you the entire catalog of everything you have, whether that be in the cloud or that be on-prem. Everything is in one place to see the whole thing. And then manage database protection efficiency. We use what's called incremental forever backups. When we do our backups, the very first backup is usually a full, like anything else you've done before. But then after that, we do just the changes that occurred between each backup, which makes our backups much faster. To give you an indication of what I mean by that, we have a 5 terabyte database in our demo environments. The very first backup took about 2 hours. Once we got incrementals going, they got down to about a half hour. And then we also have a technology called change block tracking, which gets us down to the individual blocks of data. And that got us down to less than 5 minutes for your backups. So think of that, would you love to have your backups in less than 5 minutes? Most of our customers love that feature. And then recovering what you need when you need it, flexible recovery and live mount. I can do a full database restore for operational recovery within just a few clicks. All I have to do is find the database I'm looking for, tell it where to go. It's either the same location or a different location. And then I can pick point in time through, transaction logs or just through a regular snapshot. And then I can advanced recovery for exports and things like that. We also have full API support for everything. You can run this through PowerShell scripts or Python scripts to be able to export to your new locations, things like that. And then we also have a thing called live mount, where we will think of it kind of like database cloning, where we're going to basically take a copy, put it to the Rubrik storage, and then recover to your new location. And that enables us to do recoveries in minutes instead of hours. So that 5 terabyte database I was referencing, I can recover that in less than 5 minutes, basically on the Rubrik system. So covering out what we're actually giving with Rubrik databases, we're keeping your databases, secure and available. We're protecting your databases at creation and also at, any new ones that come along. And then we're backupping and access data faster, simplifying the complexity of the databases and recovering what you want when you want it. Currently, we have 1.83 million database objects that are being protected. A little bit of a slide hiccup there, but that's okay. And then over 500 terabytes is the largest database being protected currently. I think that's an Oracle database. And then 60,000 plus databases from our largest customers. So really easy to get, highly scalable systems within inside of a Rubrik. And we have customers, that are available to all over the globe, many different ones. A couple to highlight are Alta, is able to back up and live mount a 50 terabyte database, no problems. And then Dealer Socket supported heavy availability group usage, along with customer integration via scripting or using our APIs through PowerShell. So, couple resources for you that'll be available for you is we have a Zero Trust Data Security for Databases white paper. This goes over how Rubrik does it a little bit better and for those kinds of things. And then there's also a data protection for dummies book as well. And then if you want to know more, just go to rubrik.com/explore. And there's a whole Explore hub on Microsoft SQL or Oracle. And it walks you through how to set up an SLA, how they apply to the databases, things like that, basically. That's all I've got for now. Big thank you for everybody for coming.
Yeah, we made it through. That was awesome. Great changing on the fly and awesome presentation. I'm going to put that poll up for everyone out there. What we want to know is what additional information you would like to get about the Rubrik solution. So data sheets, white papers, case studies, whatever you have in mind, whatever's going to be helpful for you at your phase in the journey. Click on that poll right now and let Rubrik send it your way. Chris, what do you think? You ready to jump into some audience questions here?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. All right. Well, I want to dig in a little bit to, we talk a lot about trends and kind of what's coming. What do you think has changed for DBAs?
So, I can say the cloud, but I think it's been, around for a long time now. So I think most people know that. It's just the fact that, like I was saying in the talk earlier, I had to know one type of database and be able to administer that type. And now we've been told to become experts about multiple types of databases and be able to figure those out and get them going. So, being versatile and knowing, being an expert, quote unquote, on multiple types of databases is probably the biggest change.
Yeah, that is a big change, and even more important than and to that end, that we not to put a shameless webinar plug, but that we come to webinars and read those resources and spend time, in opportunities like this where you get to learn and kind of explore some of the things that you didn't know, or maybe that you're very well aware of the fact that you didn't know. So on that note, what do you think, if you were going to give some advice to everyone out there, Chris, what do you think that database teams are not aware of that you think that they should be?
So most times when I talk to DBAs, like, backup is a solved issue for them. They have some scripts that are running in the background and it's run forever and it works just fine. The problem is as those times shrink to be able to do those backups, we need to be able to go in and analyze those better and say, could we do this better? Could we figure out a way to get this done better? And that's where, Rubrik can kind of help with that, as far as doing a different approach and getting the database going faster, basically.
Okay. I want to address, because this comes up a lot, and for folks that are out there, oh, interesting. Sorry, I got distracted because Khan just posted and said, "Hey, Jess, don't forget that there are known knowns, and known unknowns, and we need to especially watch out for those unknown unknowns." So yes, exactly right, Khan. We're here to learn about the unknown unknowns. All right. Well, I think in line with that, I'd like to dig in a little bit with Rubrik, and some of the folks out there are here today to kind of evaluate a solution that's going to fit for them. So can you give us an idea, if you were going to sort of say, and you talked a little bit about speed and some of those insights that we can get, what would you say is the key unique or uniques that Rubrik is bringing to the table?
So, like I said, ransomware recovery is like our main thing lately. When it comes to databases, you don't have to worry about, your backups being encrypted and telling that bus, hey, I can't get you back up. With Rubrik, it's all ready to go. The other key differentiator is, we can do backups in minutes instead of hours. So that gives you those ever shrinking windows will be a thing of the past, and you don't have to worry about as far as that goes. So, and then recovery, really easy to get back to any point in time. Same as regular transaction logs, but with regular transaction logs in SQL Server world, I had to make sure I had the full, maybe a diff, and then make sure I lined up all those transactions in the right order. Did I have the right LSN connected in the thing? With Rubrik, you don't have to worry about that. Rubrik will do all that for you in the background. And simplicity is the main feature we give, basically.
Yeah, simplicity is. That's what we're here to talk about today, is simplifying, right? That's a big part of the more with less. Chris, you've given us a lot of information, and there's a lot of challenges. And as you said, Rubrik is really focused in ransomware, but there's a lot that Rubrik can really bring to the table. And I'm curious, out of everything we've sort of gone over today, what do you think is the biggest challenge that the audience is facing right now? And then can you give us an idea of how Rubrik is addressing that?
So the biggest challenge I see most of the time is, I don't have enough time to do my backup.
Yeah.
So, and I don't mean to harp on the same thing over and over again, but basically, with us doing backups at the incremental level rather than doing full backups every time, that gives you back that time, and that's a big challenge to overcome. Along with that, a lot of DBAs I talk to are talking about, hey, I get people that come into my database, drop objects all the time, and I have to be able to recover, and that takes me hours. With live mount, you could be up in minutes rather than hours. That's a big bonus as far as overcoming those kinds of challenges. So.
Yeah, and as you said, I think we've brought it up a few times. We brought it up because it's so important, and more so. So I think that is a really key point. I do really want to keep going, but we are running a bit short on time. Before you leave us, though, Chris, I'm wondering if you can give everyone out there an idea of that first step for getting started. What would you recommend for jumping in with Rubric?
Yeah, just go to the website, rubric.com. We have tons of, on that Explore page, like I was talking about, there's tons of information on there. But, you can also reach out to a sales environment in your area. And, if you get to the point where you're trying to talk about databases, that's where I'll come in and give you an overview.
Perfect. I like that. Well, I think everyone out there would love to have more conversations with you. So, Chris, once again, thank you so much for coming and chatting with us today, for demonstrating some agility on the fly. And it's been a lot of fun talking to you.
Yeah, thank you for your patience. I got it going at the end. So
we got it in the end. That's all that matters. Appreciate your time, Chris.
All right. Have a great day.
Thank you. And to everyone out there who took some time to ask a question, big thank you to you. I know that we did not get to all of them today, and we are going to make sure that those get over to the Rubric team. So you'll either get an answer on live chat today or an email follow-up. Also, please make sure that you are clicking on that poll. Let Rubric know how they can follow up with you. And be sure that you've gone over to the handouts tab and get the ebook from Rubric, Zero Trust Data Security for Databases. You can learn how to keep your database running in the face of any threat. This is such a great read. So be sure you've got that downloaded, put that aside, save that for later, because you are going to want that. But while you are clicking on the poll, asking the questions, downloading the handouts, boy, I'm giving you a lot of homework today. I will give something back to you now. We are going to do another prize giveaway. So we're going to do a $300 Amazon gift card to somebody who is here live and present with us at the MegaCast. And that special someone is Matt Baldwin of North Carolina. Matt Baldwin of North Carolina. Congratulations to you, Matt. Now, as always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after we wrap. And I do want to remind all of you out there, for anyone that's feeling sad about that, although hopefully you're all feeling happy for Matt and still stoked about that awesome convo we had with Chris. But keep in mind, more questions to win a prize coming up as we go through, and that best question gift card from each session. So every time you're asking those questions, you are entered to win. Even if we don't get to your question in a live Q&A, we're going to look at all of them after we wrap, and we'll pick that best question after we've closed out the webinar today. So keep those questions coming in. All right. Well, speaking of our awesome webinar and lots more cool stuff to come, I am going to pause here and step back, go refresh my coffee, and I am going to introduce the one and only Keith Ward is here to hang out with us for a little bit. Hi, Keith.
Hey, Jess, how are you doing?
Well, we're having a bit of an adventure day, you know.
I was just going to say, I appreciate you finding those unknown unknowns and getting those out of the way before I get on.
You're so welcome, Keith.
Hopefully now we only have known unknowns and known knowns. So from here on out, now that I've confused everyone, including myself, why don't you get out of here for a little while and take a break?
Done. I'll see you in a little bit, Keith.
Outstanding. Thanks so much, Jess. All right. It is so good to see everyone today. I am delighted to be here with you on this MegaCast, and thrilled to be introducing our next session. So presenting up next is Pure Storage. And presenting for Pure Storage today is Tony Wynn, a senior portfolio marketing manager with Pure. Tony, it is great to have you with us here today. Can you hear me? All right, let me get
and
you
thank
on.
you for spending part of your early September with us today.
Absolutely. It is great to have you on, and you have the mic now. The floor is yours. So go ahead and get going.
I do have the mic. So it's early September. So do you know what that means? It's going to happen in the next couple of weeks. Any comments from the chat? I see someone here. Okay. Yes, you're right. Christmas decorations are coming to a Costco near you in the next couple of weeks. So I'll leave it up to you to determine if that's good, bad, or indifferent. But we're 4 months away from the holidays, and I'm expecting Christmas decorations at Costco pretty soon here. So let me see here. So by way of introduction, my name is Tony Nguyen. I'm with the portfolio marketing team here at Pure Storage. And there's 3 discussion topics I'd like to talk to you about today. The first one is we'd like to really understand what the key drivers are behind sustainability and energy efficiency and why that is important in IT strategy. Number 2, we really want to understand and talk about how Pure's technical advantages deliver industry-leading storage sustainability for our customers. And then number 3, we want to share with you measurable and impactful customer results by deploying Pure Storage technology. Okay, so let me move to the next screen here. Help me out a little bit. How do I make the screen smaller on my side, guys?
You're looking to rearrange your screen a little bit there?
Yeah.
So you can just move it, the window kind of, if you grab it in the little corner, it should move in and out a little bit. You can kind of drag it.
Okay, got it.
Got
Thank
that?
you very much.
No
yes,
problem.
I do. Thank you very much. So I'm going to be sharing with you a lot of data points, but this one here really caused me to pause. So what you're seeing here is that if you take a look at all the data centers in the world, data centers consume represent approximately 1 to 2% of the world's entire energy consumption. So once again, data centers consume approximately 1 to 2% of the world's entire energy consumption, which is equivalent to the same emissions impact as the global commercial airline industry. Okay, so I'd like you to think about that summer vacation you took with your family this summer. That flight, take your flight, add all of the other commercial flights for the entire world, and the emissions impact of all of those flights is equivalent to what data centers emit in one year. Now that is significant. Now what about storage? Storage accounts for approximately 25% of data center power consumption. And as we know, as data grows incrementally every year, that's projected to grow to double in 10 years. So from 25% today to approximately 50% in 10 years because of data center growth. Okay? Let me move to my next slide. Now, let me unpack this slide a little bit. Enterprise Strategy Group is a research and analyst firm, and they recently did an interview with close to 500 key IT decision makers from organizations with over 1,000 employees. And what they really want to know is how sustainability and energy prices are impacting the overall IT decisions. And there's 2 key takeaways here. Number 1, 85% of these organizations either have delayed, canceled, or scaled down projects in response to current energy prices. Okay. Number 2, 87% of the respondents said that energy prices are affecting their overall IT strategy. So now, having understanding of these facts, what is Pure doing? How are we helping customers minimize the impact of energy? It's very straightforward. We use our technical advantage to make storage more energy efficient. Okay, now let me unpack the slide because there's a lot of things to see in the slide here. So as part of our ESG annual report, what we did was we conducted an independent third-party analysis, full lifecycle analysis, comparing our flash array to a competitive all-flash array to understand not only the energy consumption, but the cooling requirements. So let me pause here a little bit. I want to make sure the audience understands. We did not compare our Pure flash array to a 5-year-old all-flash array from a competitor. We did not compare our pure flash array to old spinning disk drive platforms. What we did was we used our flash array and compared it to the most equivalent and current offering from a competitor with the same capacity. And what we found is that our flash array consumes up to 85% in lower energy use. That's combining the actual energy usage as well as the cooling that's required. So what this does is this results in lower data center footprint and e-waste. Okay. Now, how do we do this? That's the key thing. That's what we provide the customers. But how do we achieve this up to 85% energy lower savings? There's actually 3 factors. Number 1, there's a drive density advantage. Typical legacy customer flash technology uses solid state disks, which are basically flash pretend to be hard drives, and they have a lot of overhead that's associated with that. Because we were, from our day one inception, flash native, if you will, we designed a custom flash technology called direct flash modules that enables us to get more data into our direct flash with extremely high performance as compared to SSDs. The larger SSDs get, the slower they get. This technology alone represents about half of our energy and emissions and savings versus computing storage. That's the first technical advantage. The second technical advantage is our data reduction schema. Our always-on data reduction schema provides approximately 3 times the efficiency as existing data reduction schemas from the competitors. And then finally, our built-for-flash software and architectural simplicity requires less compute overhead, which adds another 15% to the overall system efficiency. So between the drive density advantages, the 3x improvement in data reduction with our data reduction schema and our overall system level efficiency, we provide up to 85% less power consumption in a typical array versus competitors. Let me move to my next slide here. So what does this look like from energy savings and CO2 savings per year? If a customer deploys a single flash array, that's equivalent to removing a passenger car that's driven 132,000 miles a year, okay? With a single array. Now, many of our customers deploy multiple arrays, so that's a multiplier effect. The other fact is that by deploying a single array, it's equivalent to removing a car that uses close to 6,000 gallons of gas per year, or growing 873 trees per year for 10 years. And these are all have been validated by independent third parties. Okay. Okay. I realized that I have the wrong header on here, but what this shows are 2 customer examples. Accenture's Financial Advanced Solutions is responsible for delivering advanced services to the banking and insurance industries. By deploying flash array and pure storage technology, they recognize 3 immediate benefits. Number 1, they recognize 75% less energy consumption in their data center. They reduce CO2 emissions by over 70%, and they reduce data center space by over 65%. That was an immediate, tangible benefit that Accenture recognized when they deployed pure storage technology. Virgin Media O2 is a media and entertainment company which provides services similar to Comcast here in the States. Okay, they chose pure storage technology, number 1, not only because it provided 96% reduction in power consumption, but really they had a strategic goal of having net zero carbon emissions in 2040. So they chose pure storage technology for two reasons. Number one, they really wanted to achieve that strategic goal in 2040 of having net zero carbon emissions. And then number two, recognizing that immediate 96% reduction in power consumption. Okay. So in the past in the past slides, I've shown you a lot of data, a lot of information, and quantifiable benefits that our customers have experienced by deploying pure storage technology. There's one more reason that you should do storage differently, right? And it's these folks here. So with that, we thank you. And I think we have probably more than 15 minutes for Q&A.
Yeah,
absolutely. Sorry, I did not move I'm sorry, I did not move my slides. I apologize.
Well, there it is now, right?
There it is here, and this is the one.
And there we go.
There you go. I apologize. I did not move my slides. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's
so. By the
okay.
way, let me just make a quick point on this slide here from Accenture and Virgin Media O2. There are full case studies on the purestorage.com website that really talks about the overall strategy, and you can hear from the leadership from both Accenture and Virgin Media O2. So this slide here does not do it justice. So I really recommend that you go to purestorage.com and take a look at the full success stories of Accenture and Virgin Media O2. Okay, there you go. Sorry, I did not move my slides there. I apologize.
Oh, that's not a problem at all, Tony. Thanks for going back and for letting us see them. So I have to say at the beginning here that this is so interesting to me because back in my short time in IT, which was a long time ago, I worked in a data center that was pretty well known. Lots of servers. You remember the days of one app per one server, huge data centers cranking out lots of heat and needed lots of cooling. And at that time, Tony, you may remember, nobody really gave a thought to the environmental aspects of these data centers. It is so nice to see this as something now that is much more in the public mind, so that's just great to see.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so,
and that's why you saw the overwhelming response from the IT executives when we commissioned that research with Enterprise Strategy Group, right? 87% of these key IT decision makers, including the C-suite, are really taking a hard look at their energy consumption and sustainability.
Yeah, 100%. Okay, so what we're going to do while we have some good Q&A here is we're going to put up the poll question. We want everyone to know, we want all of you to tell us what more information do you want from Pure Storage while we do some fun Q&A here. So I'm going to leave that up in the meantime. So we have got some great questions coming in, Tony. So if you're ready, let's get right to them. Okay.
Absolutely.
First question. Yeah. This is from Chris, who wants to know, how does Pure Storage address compliance requirements such as GDPR or HIPAA? Now, that's not directly environmental related, but it certainly is a question that's going to be on a lot of people's minds.
That's a great question that regards to government compliance and DPR. Let me take that question offline if I can. And I'll talk to some of the subject matter experts here at Pure, and we'll get to you the exact right answer.
Yeah, 100%. Okay, let's get to another question. Here's a great one. What about minimizing e-waste, electronic waste? Isn't that part of sustainability too? And related to that, Tony, does Pure buy back and recycle storage equipment, for example?
That's a great question. So number one, because of our energy efficiency, we at the beginning reduce potential e-waste. Okay, right? And with our evergreen architecture, that means we can eliminate forklift upgrade programs, combine that with our evergreen subscriptions. That effectively eliminates all type of obsolescence within storage. Okay. Now, if the attendee is asking about existing legacy storage, and do we help them recycle that and buy that and upgrade to Pure Storage? We also do that. Absolutely.
Okay. That is so good to hear. Here's an interesting one for you, Tony, that I think a lot of people may be confused about. Isn't using the public cloud more sustainable than on-premises storage? I mean, public cloud, Amazon and Microsoft, they've got gigantic data centers, but is that really ultimately better than than bazillions of smaller data centers globally? Is there any kind of data or information on that?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. So let's step back a little bit. So number one, we know from speaking to our customers, and probably a lot of the customers on this call, is that companies are embracing a hybrid cloud strategy, right? That means they have their critical data that's on site, and they also utilize the public cloud. Okay, so it's very rare where you find companies that are using the public cloud exclusively. But with that in mind, in general, yes, the person that's posing the question is correct. In general, yes, with the efficiency and the economy of the scale that cloud providers enjoy, they do have a little bit more sustainable than most on-premise storage, right? But because of what I said, from either a service level objective perspective or security, and some of the banks that we talk to just want their data on-prem, right? So that's how they can enjoy the and recognize the benefits of Pure's advantages for sustainable energy. And also with the recent Pure Block Store announcement and its highly effective data reduction, we can actually help customers make the public cloud footprint smaller and making that even more sustainable, so they can enjoy both the benefits of on-prem as well as public cloud for that hybrid cloud strategy, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, and that's fantastic. I mean, that is just such good forward thinking here. Okay, next question, and this one comes from Richard, and it's kind of a long one. Richard asks, it seems that business value generation per unit of energy spent is a metric we should all be thinking about. Does Pure Storage have anything like that you can kind of get to that granular level or not in terms of energy usage?
Wow, that's a great question. We do have a very detailed energy calculator that we will be providing at the end of this presentation. And that will actually help you understand that granular level of detail. But yes, please take a look at it at the link that we'll be providing at the end of this presentation.
Oh, that is just fantastic then. Thanks. Okay, I think we have time for a couple more questions here before we start wrapping up. So here's the next one. How can Pure be so much more efficient if all flash storage is the same? So basically, are all SSDs, do they use about the same amount of energy, for example? That might be another way to put that.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, and I take you back to my original slide, and let me see if I can work this thing here. Hold on a second. Let's see here.
Yeah.
Boy, I've only been doing this stuff for like 25 years, and I still don't know how to forward slides yet. And my apologies. Okay, so really, number one, the attendee is absolutely right. The majority of legacy storage vendors use this SSD, okay, solid state disk in the form of flash. We do not do that. We create our own direct flash module, which really represents a significant advantage over SSDs, because SSDs are basically flash pretending to be hard drives, and that creates a lot of overhead, a lot of bottleneck. That's basically for SSDs and hard drives. Our direct flash module enables its custom flash technology that enables our software to talk directly to the flash. Okay, we can not only get more data into the direct flash, but it's really high performance. And this technology alone represents at least half of our energy and emission savings over competitive storage. And you see that in my slide right there, right?
Yep.
That's exactly. Number one. And number two, everyone has data reduction and data duplication schemas, but ours is 3x more efficient than everyone else's. So that requires less physical storage, which equates to less power and cooling consumption requirements.
Okay. That actually kind of answers the final question that we have time for today. But I don't know if you want to expand or not. Tony wants to know. I'm not going to give the other vendor's name, but the broad parameters of his question are, or how does Pure Storage units compare to other storage out there? You said it's a 3 times greater efficiency. Was that right?
3 times greater efficiency. That's correct. In data reduction alone. In data reduction alone, that's correct.
And
by
all
the
of
way,
those.
yeah, this is all in our independent environmental, social, and governance reports, right? Which has to be validated by third party. It's not something that we do in house at all, right? So,
Gotcha. Okay. Just great information. Great information. Let's see. Hold on a second here. I have got an issue with my tech gremlins here. So let me ask you this. You presented a lot of fantastic information here. I'm going to put the poll right back up here because I
yes.
want to give people some more opportunities here to keep to keep voting. You've shown us a lot. You've talked about what a great solution Pure is, not just in terms of the performance of the product itself, but the efficiency and the sustainability. If people who are on here now, they're going to be naturally very interested to follow up and see what Pure can do for them. What's the next step, Tony, that you recommend they take to find out more and go further with Pure Storage?
Yeah, there's 2 steps. There's a link that's going to be provided at the end of this presentation that redirects you to all the resources that I talked about. But more importantly, and I risk this, it's not a risk. If you want to contact me directly, my email is, and I'll send it to people here, thuyn@purestorage.com. I am located at Pure's corporate offices in Santa Clara. I sit only a couple of steps away from the development team, the product management team, the product marketing team. Of course, if you have your Pure account managers or channel partners, please contact them. But short of that, please feel free to contact me. This is a people business, and I would love to talk to any potential customers. But that's the order. Feel free to contact your local Pure rep or partner manager. Go to the resources that we will be providing at the end of this and this training, or email me at thuyn@purestorage.com, and I will be love to talk to you more about what your storage environment looks like, what your concerns are, and how we can help.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Tony. And we have pasted your email address since you have broadcasted here. We've put it in the
Yes.
in the chat window so everybody can now flood your inbox.
Lovely.
But I know
Lovely.
everybody appreciates that. Absolutely. That's
awesome.
rare for someone to put themselves out there, but I know everyone is going to appreciate it. Well, Tony, thank you so much for being on with us and for this fantastic presentation. It was really eye-opening for me to get this information, and I'm sure it was for all the attendees today too. Thank you so much for your time and for being here with us today.
Thank you, guys. Have a great September.
Thank you. All right, so with that, we are going to move on and get to our giveaway. So we have got our next prize drawing for one of the grand prizes, and we have a $300 Amazon gift card as well. So the winner of the $300 Amazon gift card for this half hour is Shin Wu from California. And the winner of our grand prize, that iPad Pro, is Andrei Udovenko from Oklahoma. So congratulations to you, Shin and Andre. We will be in touch with you very soon about claiming your prizes. And with that, we are now moving along. Time for our next session. And this one comes from Progress Software. Presenting for Progress today is Greg Collins, the Product Marketing Manager. Greg, great to have you here today. I will turn this over to you now. You have the floor.
So much. I'm so happy to be here. Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's webinar. My topic for today is how to monitor your modern IT infrastructure. So to introduce myself, my name is Greg Collins, and I'm the Product Marketing Manager for Progress's What's Up Gold. My goal for today is to help educate the audience about IT infrastructure monitoring and hopefully provide some valuable insights that help you boost IT efficiency. If you have any questions throughout the presentation, please feel free to ask. I'll have my amazing team from Progress on hand to answer any questions at the end. So first up, I'd like to go through the agenda. The goal is to tell a story about how you go from manual or no monitoring to the best type of monitoring, which we call customized monitoring. So I'll start by talking about the challenges that IT operators face today. To put it simply, it's difficult to keep track of everything. Every network that is in production has so many moving parts, and things are constantly changing. Take the security landscape of today. There are patches, software updates, things change, they get blocked. There's so many things to consider. And all of this happening on top of the normal job responsibilities that someone has in the IT operations space. There are expectations for near 100% uptime while accounting for all of these ongoing changes in the environment. So with that, we'll look at the actual business challenge from this. If an application or service becomes unavailable, to put it simply, people can't work. There's a real danger and damage of reputation. Customers hitting an unavailable service are much less likely to return ever again, and that can damage your revenue and reputation. We actually conducted some studies to figure out what does it actually cost the business. You can take a look at the numbers yourself here on screen, but essentially with every outage, there is a loss of revenue for the business, and there's also a knock-on effect of lost time for your employees. So with that being said, we'll firstly look at the non-automated detection approach. We've encountered a lot of different customers in the past that were trying to do this all very manually. We've seen customers manually logging into systems, trying to write their own scripts, and spending an enormous amount of time and money trying to do it themselves. Yes, in theory, it is possible to take this approach, but as networks continue to scale and grow, new services get introduced, and the manual scripted-based approach that people take can become overwhelming. Employee churn can also halt the whole process. What happens, for example, if an employee leaves a company? You're struggling to figure out, how do I maintain this going forward? And the overall arching lesson I want to get across here when doing it all by hand is that it's incredibly difficult and time consuming. So next up, I want to talk about the discovery intelligence. So by definition, discovery intelligence is a system that can make decisions for you, but also take input based on what you know about your systems. So it's one thing to identify things automatically. It's another thing to identify things automatically and apply all the proper monitoring information along with it, customized to your specific environment. So not only that, it's important that this is ongoing since networks are always changing. From an automation standpoint, it's recommended you have the discovery be scheduled or run on demand periodically. But the most important piece of information we can get across here is that customizability is important. Every network is different. Even the same make and model in different environments operate differently. Next up, there'll be a quick overview of the evolution of IT infrastructure monitoring. So I already ran through the non-automated detection. So we're going from low context and manual to high context and automated on one axis. And on the other, you see it going from nothing to proactive. Discovery intelligence kind of lives in the middle between out-of-the-box monitoring and customized monitoring. And we'll talk about these a little more here. The discovery intelligence process here is really iterative. Yes, it starts with initiating a scan, collecting data and returning results, and making some decisions with those results. Well, it doesn't end there. It continues because networks are ever growing all the time and ever changing. Now let's talk a little bit about out-of-the-box monitoring. Now, what do I mean by that? Really, it's things that are available directly after installation with the product. A lot of products call them different things, be it sensors, monitors, elements, whatever it may be. It comes down to availability and performance. And a vast majority of products should be offering the basics here directly out of the box, no customization necessary. It really just saves you time to make sure you're monitoring best practices directly out of the box. Now, what do I mean by best practices? It's basically what people should be monitoring. Now, what do I mean by best practices? So what is it that I actually want to monitor? Well, when it comes to network systems like routers, switches, or firewalls, etc., you want to look at everything you can from the availability perspective. Their interface utilization especially is important. You can look at the status of each and every interface on that system. So it all comes down to what is critical to your environment. In certain environments, you may need to monitor everything, and in others, some aspects of that system may not be as important. You can start with what's best to monitor on those systems. Next up is operating systems. Well, it depends on what it is. At the very least, you're talking about CPU, disk, memory utilization as well. Basically just making sure the device is responsive. When it comes to cloud systems, it's really about connectivity. Can your systems go access that cloud resource? That's the best practice there. In terms of scalability, performance, those things can come at a later date. And when we're talking about servers, you really want to make sure you're looking at all of the aspects of that hardware. What's critically important is disk health. I'm sure you've seen it out in the wild. Failed disks can lead to bad outages. With that being said, those are some of the best practices. There's also some things to avoid when it comes to best practices, and I've listed a few. Let's start with false positives. So getting an alert and going in and checking on said alert and everything's working as expected. The mistake here is that you need to do something about that. So whatever system you have should be configurable in a way that allows you to increase timeouts. That relates to the next point on overly aggressive settings. So depending on the system, they might have polling cycles, some sort of beta retention. You want to make sure it's in line with what your business actually requires, not necessarily going aggressive with the data alert. Next up is alert storms. So the system should be able to avoid alert storms in some sort of way. Perfect example of this is, let's say, a router at the remote site becoming unavailable. Thus, all the systems behind that router are now unavailable. Having one alert in that situation is much more preferable than having hundreds, if not thousands, depending on the size of the environment. Now, due to time constraints, I'm not going to go into all of these issues, but if you have any questions on any of the below, please put them in the question box. Now, let's talk about customized monitoring. I believe this aligns well with today's topic. So what is customized monitoring? It's really just the ability to make adjustments to your system. As mentioned earlier, that could be monitors, sensors, elements, whatever you want to call it in terms of how you get the information. But that also includes notifications and corrective actions, actually fixing the problem as well as the discovery intelligence. The extensibility of the system is more important than ever nowadays due to the ever-changing landscape of IT operations and the introduction of new services, microservices, etc. There's a sprawled system all over the place, but really, remember, we were talking about this IT operator in the end. How are they supposed to accommodate for everything? They need to begin automating resolutions to issues. For some more specific examples on what you can customize, you may remember that I was chatting about the best practices, but you can also look at things like SSL certificates. Even Google, Facebook, all the big players have had outages related to SSL certificate expiration. And frankly, it's embarrassing. You can monitor for that, but also, services, processes, maybe REST APIs and applications you use. It really just depends on your specific environment. Next up is the discovery intelligence again. It's not just a matter of telling it which monitors to assign to which types of devices. You can actually create rules around how to detect certain things. It's future-proof in that sense. So as long as the connectivity is there and we support said protocols, the system should be able to define new objects as they become available very easily. Down to the actions and automated resolutions. By automating processes, you can save yourself hours of time every day. This is increasingly important considering what's expected from an IT operator nowadays. I just want to talk briefly about the inbound REST APIs as well and give a brief definition of what it is. It's some sort of way to enable an integration, either displaying data from your system on some other system, or maybe automatically take an action in that system. For example, a new virtual machine automatically being monitored as soon as it's done being provisioned. So now I just want to talk about bringing it all together, and I'll talk about what WhatsUp Gold actually is. You maybe noticed some of the screenshots along the way, but WhatsUp Gold is an infrastructure monitoring solution that automatically discovers and maps everything in your environment, including those dependencies. It's easy to use in terms of customizability as well. So we're covering the best practices directly out of the box. But it's also very extensible based on what requirements are within your specific environment. If you want to learn more, simply go to whatsupgold.com/trial, or you can try it yourself by going to whatsupgold.com/demo. There's an interactive demo available as well as a video. Now, before I wrap up, I have some takeaways from this conversation. Really, it comes down to how you want to customize your monitoring. No solution can cover every single scenario directly out of the box that can cause an outage in your environment. So it's important that whatever system you adopt has some sort of way to be customized. And ease of customization is also hugely important. When it comes to fine-tuning things within your environment, that's probably the most important thing. Every single network is unique and could require different settings. There's no one-size-fits-all when it comes to complex networks. And with that, I'll wrap up here and pass it back across to actual text so my colleagues can answer any questions that came in.
All right. Well, thank you so much for that presentation. That was great stuff there. We have got now the poll question up. So we want to know what information you would like to see from Progress Software. And as you're making your requests known here, we are going to bring on Jason Abarino to join us for some exciting, I think, Q&A. Jason, are you there and ready to go?
I am here. Hello. How are you?
All right. So good to see you and have you here with us today. That was such an excellent presentation, and we're getting some good questions in. So let's get to it. Jason, Peter has the first question, and Peter is definitely in an enterprise setting and has a question that's going to be on a lot of people's minds right now. Peter wants to know, is there a limit on the number of servers that can reasonably be managed under the platform? He says, for example, we have about 15,000 servers evenly split between Windows and Linux, plus many network devices, and that's not even including the cloud-based systems. So what can you do for Peter's environment here?
Oh, sure. So a single WhatsUp Gold installation can support up to 20,000 systems. The caveat is we call the technical limitation an either or. So it comes down to 20,000 devices or 100,000 different monitors. And that can add up pretty quickly when we're talking about switches, routers, where there's many different interfaces, etc. That said, that single environment can scale pretty well. I'm pretty proud of the product scalability in general. We offer what we call scalability pullers to distribute the load as well. But I think really when it comes to performance of the overall application, it really just depends on the hardware behind it. If we give it the right resources to the database, more than likely we'll be fine in any scenario. However, we only support up to 20,000 on an individual system. We do have like a distributed edition to spread out the load, so you could have remote sites and central sites too. So we have a lot of different solutions scaling beyond there as well.
Right. And I wouldn't say supporting 20,000 devices is an only sort of thing. That is a ton of stuff.
Right.
So definitely it scales really well. Okay. Let's get to some other questions. Here's a question about the learning curve for using WhatsUp Gold. How skilled do you need to be to start using WhatsUp Gold right out of the box? Is it a complex curve there?
I would say no. I actually used to be a customer back in the day. I was a system admin, and I had to assess many different tools, including WhatsUp Gold. And part of what we were looking at is, well, how easy is it to use? WhatsUp Gold was the only tool I was able to just pick up and begin using. And we really spent a lot of time and effort over the years improving it, even though it's already easy to use. Every release, we try and make it even easier. We recently introduced in-product guides as well, and released a bunch of new videos on how to get started quickly and effectively. but I'm particularly proud to say it's probably the easiest to use product out in the market in this space.
That is great. And I get former customers who become employees, that says a lot, doesn't it? If you liked it well enough to join the company, you must have liked it a bunch. Excellent. Okay. Next question. How would you progress? See what I did there? To use more of the additional features of the Progress software product. So leveling up. What is the sequence, would you say?
So the Progress offers a wide range of different products. So that's a very broad question. We do have some direct integrations in What's Up Gold to some other Progress products. Specifically, I'll call out Flowmon. So it's really a traffic analysis tool that you can get the data into What's Up Gold. But I would say there's a lot of different opportunities for to anyone who's in the space for a tool like this. Progress has a whole portfolio of products that can help you in this space.
Okay, great. And the question that everyone is eventually going to ask: what is What's Up Gold's licensing model? Is it complicated? Is it simple? What are we looking at?
I would call it relatively simple. So it's really device-based licensing at the end of the day. So if you know the number of devices that you have out within your environment, you'll know how much license to buy.
Okay. Oh, that's good. Yeah, yeah. They can involve a lot of reading and a lot of dry sort of going over documents. So that's nice to hear.
Yeah, and I would say
right.
we do have a free trial available. So it's very like even if you don't know what's out in your environment and have no clue how many devices, you can go grab a free trial and discover your entire network and have a better idea of what What's Up Gold can offer you, as well as, well, how many devices are on my network, and maybe you find some surprises out there.
Right. Yeah. Well, now you're speaking my language when you're talking about free. Right. Now, you absolutely won't cost you a cent to try it out and find out how well it works for you. Okay. I think we have time now for one more question before we start to wrap this up, Jason. If somebody wants to get started with Progress Software, and I imagine there are a bunch of folks after this presentation, if they want to get started with Progress Software or find out more, what is the very next thing that they should be doing?
whatsupgold.com/contact or whatsupgold.com/trial. I encourage everyone to start with the trial because really I think the product speaks for itself in terms of what it can offer you. If you're more interested in engaging with someone to kind of help you along the process, definitely use the contact first.
Okay, absolutely. All right, great stuff. Really enjoyed this presentation, and the Q&A was a lot of fun, Jason. So thank you so much for your time today, and thank you for introducing some of us and just updating others of us with what Progress Software is doing. Always the innovation is very heavy with this company, and glad to see that is continuing on. Thank you for your time today.
Take care. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And don't forget, everyone, we've got a great handout from Progress Software, which you can find in the handout section. Download that, use it, and make sure you do that right away to learn more about what Progress can do. And with that, we are ready, everyone, for our next giveaway. For this one, we've got another $300 Amazon gift card for you. And the winner of this 30 minutes gift card, the gift card for this next 30 minutes, I should say, is Richard Bea. I hope I'm saying that right. Richard Bea from California. Congratulations to you, Richard. We will be in touch very soon about claiming your gift card. And with that, everyone, I want to say that it's been a pleasure, but now I am out of here. It's been an absolute pleasure to spend time with you today, but now it's time to hand the reins back to the spectacular Jess Steinbach, who's going to level this up again. Jess, are you rested, reset, and ready to go?
Yes, I took a page out of David's book. I went for a quick scuba dive on my break. I traveled the world briefly, and now I'm back and ready to go.
All right. Well, I think I'm going to go put on my fins and my snorkel, and I'll go out there too. It might involve a flight first, but that's what I'm going to do too. So you have got the mic now, Jess.
Thanks, Keith. Appreciate it. And thanks to all of you for asking some great questions, giving some great poll responses. This has been such a fun day, and I'm so happy to be back with all of you. Glad, I hope you, like me, are taking little stretch breaks along the way. So if you haven't stood up in a little while, stand up, stretch it out a little bit, because we have lots more to come, and we are just rolling over the halfway point here and into a lot more awesomeness. So speaking of which, my unintentional segue here, speaking of awesome, here we are at OutSystems. I am so excited to introduce you to this dynamic duo. Up next, we are going to be chatting with Russell Youngblood, Solutions Architect, and Takin Babai, Principal Product Marketing Manager, both from OutSystems, here to give us a bunch of information. We're going to get into some questions. We got a lot of good stuff coming your way. It's going to be a great chat. So without any further ado, I'm going to hand things on over. Take it away, team.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Takin Babai. I'm with the product marketing team here at OutSystems. I'm also joined by Russell Youngblood, who is a solution architect here at OutSystems, and we're excited to be here to talk to you about the transformative power of low-code. Here's a quick look at the agenda. Short and sweet. I'll start off by providing a brief overview of low-code and then pass it over to Russell, and he'll give you a demo of our market-leading low-code platform. I don't know how much you know about OutSystems, but we started out over 20 years ago with a mission that is important today as it was on our first day. We want every company to be able to innovate through the power of software. In 2001, we pioneered the low-code market with a vision to transform how enterprise software is delivered. Today, we're proud to be recognized as a leader in the modern application platform space with offices around the world and more than 600,000 community members. One of the ways we think about the world is that your business is unique, so your software should be too. But we know from feedback from our customers like you that making your software work for you and delivering that differentiated value can be a real challenge. Many customers go down the SaaS or commercial off-the-shelf route, but those systems cater to the lowest common denominator. They're designed to serve the broadest number of customers. They help you keep the lights on, but they're not the software that really makes a difference for your organization. Many of those, especially SaaS solutions, allow for some customization. But as soon as you customize, you're creating technical depth and making future evolutions even harder. So yes, there is a place in your software portfolio for SaaS and off-the-shelf software, but those are not going to be the things that drive differentiations and the success your organization is seeking. On the flip side, many customers rely on traditional development, and that's where we see the most of the important differentiation. Those systems are powerful, but also complex to build. Traditional development requires a tremendous amount of skill and experience and a significant pool of people. It's not only challenging to build version 1 of those apps, but it's also challenging to evolve them over time. So traditional development, while very powerful, has challenges in terms of speed and agility. This is where most low-code platforms come in to help. What it has been promising for years is to help customers move quickly and deliver that differentiated software. Unfortunately, the vast majority of low-code platforms are delivering speed by limiting capabilities. The way they make it possible for you to move quickly is that you can do a limited number of things. And that means that most local platforms aren't suited for the strategic type of apps you're trying to build. It's not fully capable. It's not enterprise grade. They often lack the CI, CD, and DevOps capabilities that are required to build strategic apps that are going to evolve over time. While low code can be good for workgroup and technical kinds of application, it's not the solution for building strategic apps in the same way you would use traditional development. So the net result is your customers' backlog continue to grow, And more importantly, the needs of the business continue to be unaddressed. This is where high-performance low-code comes in, a particular flavor of low-code design specifically to address the more strategic, mission-critical needs of your organization. OutSystem is a full-stack application development platform with everything you need to build apps from ground up. Think of it as constructing with powerful building blocks that automate and accelerate tedious and error-prone tasks, all in a visual drag-and-drop environment. We also support the entire development lifecycle. The platform provides a full DevOps solution out of the box that supports continuous delivery, continuous integration of your application. The platform enables teams to create a wide range of rich and engaging digital experiences. And lastly, there's a support of an advanced AI layer that guides development teams to deliver a high-quality application. So what can you build with OutSystems? The answer is anything. We've got many examples of what our clients are doing today. They're building out brand-defining customer portals, mobile applications, enabling tailored self-service experiences, efficient and easy new account opening journeys, or external agent support portals. Now I'm going to pass it over to Russell, who's going to give us a quick demo of our platform. Russell?
Okay, thanks so much, Sakeen, for giving everyone an overview of high-performance low-code and the OutSystems platform. What I'm going to do next is show you a little bit more of the technical side of OutSystems and what it looks like as a developer as you're managing and maintaining both web and mobile applications in OutSystems. The first thing that you'll notice whenever you log into the OutSystems platform is a number of different icons here, and all of these different icons represent applications that we are building or applications that have features and functionalities that support other applications. So it's very, very easy to search and find the application that you're working on here. And over to the left-hand side, you can see a number of different points of interest, including delivery, monitoring, and users and access. So I'm not going to go through all of these, but real quick, for example, if I wanted to get an overview of where these applications are living in the software development life cycle, I can click on Overview and I can see the applications on the left-hand side. I can see a number of applications in develop. I can also see what applications are currently in QA and production environments. So all that's here at your fingertips. As well as monitoring. So for example, under the monitoring section, I can click on the application health link and it'll take me to a dashboard which will show me the health score of the applications, as well as a response time, different error messages. So a lot of good information here right at my fingertips that I can access. Now, what I'm going to do real quick to move on is click on the apps link up at the top, and you'll notice over here on the right hand side of the screen there is a button that says download ODC Studio. So there's a number of ways that we can work on applications just using the browser, but we also have a thin client which we call ODC Studio. You can download and install that client, and then you can utilize our IDE to build applications. So let me go ahead and switch over to the OutSystems Studio IDE, and then we'll take a look at what we can do here. So the first thing that you'll notice in OutSystems ODC Studio is all of the icons just like we saw in the browser view. And very quickly I can go up here to the left and do a quick search and find the applications that I need. So here's a subset of applications that I'm working on. And the use case for this demo is going to be the Neo United soccer team. It is a major league soccer team, and I have been tasked as a developer to add some screens, add some features and functionality to this website. So here we're looking at one screen that's already been created. We have a nice graphic design for this website. And I'll give you a quick overview of the ODC Studio before I get started. Over here on the left-hand side, we can see these widgets that we can drag and drop over to the visual canvas, which is in the middle. There's a number of different ways in which we can view our application. Up here to the left-hand corner, you can see that I can see what this application is going to look like on a tablet, as well as a mobile device, and then I can go full browser view. We also have some formatting options up here, very, very easy visual ways in which we can adjust the color schemes and the CSS. And then over here to the right-hand side, everything in OutSystems is really packaged into 4 different layers, what we call layers. So starting from left to right, we have business processes and timers that we can build here under this layer. The interface layer is, of course, going to be where you're going to build out the visual components of the screens. And here you can see under the main flow, we have one screen that's already been built. And then we have a number of what we call blocks. So blocks are actually shareable components that we can utilize throughout our web application, and we can also, once again, share those with a companion mobile application. Under the logic layer, this is of course where we're going to build out the server and client actions, and this is also an area where we can integrate with different REST or SOAP integrations. And then finally, the last layer is the data layer, and this is of course where we're going to be working with the data. So we can build our own data model here, or we can connect to existing data sources and then bring that data into the OutSystems environment very, very quickly. So before I make a change, what I'll do is I'll click the Open in Browser button that's at the top of the screen, and we can see a quick layout within the browser of what our web application looks like. Looks pretty good. It has a really nice graphic design layout. On the front screen though, I can see a number of different products, and I have been tasked with adding a screen with a link to the top up here that will take the user on over to the web application screen where they can see all the different products in our database. So to do that, I'll go back to the interface layer, right click on main flow, and choose the add screen option. Now when I do that as a developer, I can see a number of screen templates that are already created here that I can utilize. So I'll choose the 4-column gallery, and I'm going to give it a different name. I'll give it the name Team Gear and click the Create Screen button. Now, when I do that, OutSystems is going to create a brand new screen based on that template, but that screen is bringing in some sample data. And in my database, I have a team product database table with the products that I would like to show in the web application screen that I'm working on. So it really is as easy as drag and drop. I can replace that sample data with the data that's in my real database, and then I can go back and work on the layout. So back on the Team Gear screen, what I'll do is browse on over to the widget tree, and I'm going to delete one of the widgets that's here and add my own card widget. Now this card widget has some pre-designed CSS and visual elements that I can easily drag and drop to the screen, and then I can begin to go ahead and continue working on this. So what I'd like to do is add an image here. That image, however, instead of being a local image, it's going to come from my data set. And notice whenever I change it to binary data from local data, it automatically points me right to that data point in the database. So pretty easy stuff. I'll browse back over to the data layer once again, and I can go ahead and simply just continue to drag and drop these different data points. I might want a name of the product, a description, maybe the price on this screen, and I can just drag and drop those items over and make sure everything looks good, right? So I'll go back to the element screen. You'll notice down in the left-hand corner I do have a message telling me that, hey, we're looking for a product ID, and the reason that we need a product ID is we want the correct product to be on each one of these cards when it loops through the list. So once again, easy drag and drop. Drop-down menu allows me to find that data point very, very quickly, and then I can continue working on the screen. Now, another section over here, we have the different categories. So once again, this is drag and drop functionality here. I can go back to my categories, and I can simply drag and drop them over and replace the category names. So that should take care of that. And then there is a slider down at the bottom. I'm going to make some adjustments to this slider as well. I know that I have a variable here on this new screen that I've created, and it's going to represent the max price selected. So I'm just going to drop that down from $1,600 to $100. We don't really have that many expensive things in our catalog, and I'll need to make that same adjustment down here in the properties of the slider itself. So now if everything goes well, I should be able to see my products displayed on this screen, as well as the different categories. The slider should work, and everything should look really nice. But to test this out, I will need to click the one-click publish button up at the top. What that's going to do is going to take the model that I've been working on in ODC Studio and publish it to the application server. Now, behind the scenes, OutSystems is going to take care of writing all of the code, updating any of the database tables with the different database scripts that may need to be utilized. And all the while, as a developer, I can see down here in the left-hand corner in the one-click publish window exactly what's going on behind the scenes. So at this point, it's generating and compiling the optimized code, the scripts, and then when it's successfully done publishing this, I should get a message to let me know that I can now preview it in the browser. Okay, so if all goes well, whenever we click the Open in Browser button, it should launch our application in the browser window. We can see that a new link has been added here to the top. Whenever I click on that TeamGear link, I can see all of the products that are in my database, and I can scroll down and take a look. This screen looks pretty good. Everything should work here as well. I should be able to utilize this slider. As I slide the price, I can see the different products that fall within that price range, and I should also be able to click on the different filters and filter by the product type. So if I click on hats, sure enough, I can see the Neo hat here in the browser window on the screen. So let's add one more screen real quick, and then we'll take this application from the development environment on over to Q&A so that we can test it out. Okay, so moving back into the development environment, what we'll do is once again right-click on the main flow, and we're going to add a screen. But this time, instead of using a template, I'm just going to go ahead and start with a blank screen, and I'll give it the name TeamGear Detail. Whenever I click the Create Screen button, it should pick up the look and feel of the other screens in the application. And the idea is that I want to go from the TeamGear screen over to the TeamGear Detail and see the product details. So for that, I'm going to go ahead and add an input parameter. This will be product ID. And that way we'll know exactly what product to display on the detail screen. Now, in order to do this correctly, I'm going to need to make sure that the data type is mapped on over to that identifier. So I'll scroll down until I find the right product identifier, and then now I can go ahead and bring the data to the screen. So I'll choose Fetch Data from a data source, drag and drop my team product data, and then I can add a filter that will allow me to go ahead and filter out based on that product ID. So real quick, I'll drop down, make sure that the team product ID is going to match to that input parameter, and that should filter out the products accordingly. Right now, I can also go back and make some adjustments to the query here. I don't necessarily need this other sample data that was added. So I'm going to go ahead and delete those joins. I should have one filter, and I should have exactly the information that I need now for this screen. So back to the visual side of the screen, I can go ahead and open that up again. And this time I'm going to drag over the product detail card that I've already created. It picks up the look and feel once again of the application, and I can continue to modify this screen. So first thing that I want to do as far as the visuals is go ahead and drag and drop an image. That image is actually going to be coming from the database, so I'll need to make that change and map it over to the correct data point. Now, for the rest of the data, I can once again simply just drag and drop this data over. Maybe I want to add the name, the description, the price of the item, and you can see that it's very, very quick and easy to build out these types of screens in OutSystems. Now, one last thing that I need to do, I'm going to go back over to one of the other blocks that I had previously created, the product card, and we'll need to change some functionality here. Whenever they click on this card, we want to send them over to that new screen that we just created. So we will choose the TeamGear Detail screen, and of course we want to pass over the product ID to that screen so that whenever they click on the product on the TeamGear screen, it should take them to the correct product on the TeamGear Detail screen. So to finish this up, I'll go ahead and click the one-click publish button. We'll give it a second to publish. And once that publishing process is complete, I should be able to click the Open in Browser button. We can preview this from the home page in the browser. Click on the TeamGear section, and sure enough, I can see the products. I should be able to click on the item detail, and now I can see the detail of the product on the detail screen. So this looks pretty good enough to take on over to Q&A. So let's take a look at how we can take this application from the development environment on over to Q&A test. Here across the top left, I still have the tab open for the environments, and I'm going to go down to the deployment section. Here you can see that I can take a look at recent deployments, and I can choose the option to deploy to the QA stage environment. So when that's done, I can simply do a quick search to find the application that I'm looking for. Here you can see the Neo United application is in development, and of course I want to take that over to Q&A. So this is a relatively quick process. Whenever I click the continue button, it's going to take you through the stages of, first of all, analyzing the impact, and there's a lot of automation that's going on behind the scenes here, and very quickly it lets me know that it is ready to deploy. So I will click the deploy now button, and we'll take this application from dev all the way to Q&A. Once that has finished successfully, I can click the View App button in the upper right-hand corner, and now I can view this application and see the changes that I've made, but we are in the QA environment instead of the development environment. So in summary, what we've been able to do here in just a matter of about 10 to 15 minutes is create two brand new screens in an application with OutSystems, and also take those screens from the development environment on over to the Q&A test environment. And with that, I'll go ahead and turn it back over.
Okay, Takeen and Russell, thank you so much for such a wonderful presentation. Lots of great information. And I know the audience was getting a lot out of it too, because we've got some great questions coming in. We're a little short on time, so I want to get to as many of these as we can. I'm going to jump right in with this one here. Are there any low-code platform features that I should prioritize in my own evaluation?
That's a great question. I would say scalability and governance is very important because you want to invest in a solution that grows with your business and enables non-traditional developers to build application within the appropriate governance frameworks and models. But also power is important too. You should invest in a solution that lets you build anything the business asks for. As I mentioned before, most local platforms offer speed by limiting the capabilities to build mission-critical applications. And it's only high-performance local that provides you with all the enterprise-grade capabilities that's needed to build those strategic applications.
Awesome. Okay, I've got one last question we're going to be able to sneak in today. And this one is a fun one because it comes up a lot for our audience. You know, they see something great and then they have to make that pitch. They have to bring it to the team. So I would like my team to use low code, but I'm having a hard time selling it to my executive team. Do you have any guidance for me? What do you think, team?
Sure, yeah. So, I mean, the answer to that question is, we have a lot of success stories, thousands of customers across the globe. And if you go to our website, if you go to outsystems.com, you can find very quickly a section that has customer success stories in every vertical. So what I would do is typically, go to the outsystems.com website, go to the industry that you are a part of, and take a look at some of the success stories there, because really OutSystems success kind of speaks for itself. And a lot of our customers have come forward across the globe, and they've been able to share the success stories that they have regarding how fast they were able to build applications, what the ROI was, how much money and time they saved. And a lot of that's very well documented at outsystems.com.
Okay, Takeen and Russell, I'm so sorry. I wish we could keep going with this conversation, but we're going to have to leave it there. Now, before we wrap up, I do want to invite everyone out there in the audience to download this buyer's guide to high performance, low code platforms in the ebook that you can see up on your screen here. There's a QR code for you. It is also in your handouts tab if you'd like to go check that out. Again, you're going to get to learn a bit more about building enterprise grade and mission critical applications and what you should look for when you're evaluating low code platforms. So this is a really helpful resource, a great follow up on our conversation today. So be sure you use that QR code, head on over to the handouts tab, get this resource. You're going to want that after we wrap. Once again, Takeen and Russell, thank you so much for such a wonderful presentation. This has been an absolute pleasure, and we're going to keep things moving right along in the MegaCast. All right, so you can see we've got that poll up for all of you now, and what we're looking for is what additional information you would like to get about the OutSystems solution. So data sheets, white papers, case studies, pricing info, you want a personal demo, whatever you've got in mind, they've got it for you. So click on that poll right there and let the team know how they can follow up with you, what information is going to be helpful. You know, I say this to you all a lot, but there's so much information, and today, really, especially, we have so many incredible speakers with us today, and we're learning about such cool solutions and strategies and approaches, and there's just no way that our brain is going to retain all of it. Maybe some of you amazing folks out there can retain all of this, but I know that my brain won't. And so what I love about these handouts and these polls is it gives me an opportunity to sort of press hold or pause and really stay present in the information and then come back to it, revisit it with the information that I'm getting, you know, in follow-up, whether it's looking back over these handouts or the follow-up from these polls. So for me, this is how I can kind of stay present with the speakers, is knowing that I can look into some of this information a little bit later on. So do take a minute now, click on the poll and open that handout and make sure you've got that downloaded. Again, that's the Buyer's Guide to High Performance Low Code Platforms. While you're doing all of that, I know, it is time for another prize giveaway. So we're going to get into it here. We have up next, we're going to do two. So we will do the $300 Amazon gift card and we will do one of the M2 iPad Pros. So for us, two lucky winners who are here live and present with us at the MegaCast, a $300 Amazon gift card going to Chingshu of New Jersey, and an iPad Pro going to Brian Johnson of Indiana. Congratulations to you both. We're going to follow up with you after we wrap up our MegaCast today, so stay tuned for that. And I will remind you again that you are entered to win for that best question gift card just by asking a question. So I know sometimes we have to move pretty quickly in our Q&A, but don't worry, because if you ask that question, you're entered to win. We review everything after we wrap, and then we will follow up with you. All right, well, last chance is to click on the poll there, and then we're going to keep things moving because, as I said, we still have lots left to go in this exciting MegaCast today. So get those poll answers in if you haven't already, and I am going to move things right along. All right, so our next presentation here on the MegaCast is another dream team, another dynamic duo. We are going to be chatting with Brittany Deaton, Senior Engineer, Managed Detection and Response, and Jeremy Capacco, Senior Sales Engineer, both at Sophos. Now, Brittany and Jeremy, thank you so much for being here with us today. I know you've got a really interesting presentation lined up for us, and I can't wait to hear a little bit more about what's going on at Sophos. So, Jeremy, I'm going to hand things right on over to you. Take it away.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us on the Inside Sophos MDR webinar series. In this session, we'll be exploring threat containment and incident response. We want to give an earnest thank you to all those out there who took the time to go out to Gartner Peer Insights and promote what our team's doing on the managed detection and response side. We're very proud to announce that we were rated the highest and most reviewed vendor of all of the competition. That just goes to a true testament of, one, what information the customers are bringing to our team that we're able to action upon, and two, how we're able to deliver that back out and serve you better. So just a quick thank you here. We're very proud to get this acknowledgement and accolade, and couldn't have done it without your support, and hope to continue this success moving forward. Since our last session, we have also launched Sophos MDR for Microsoft Defender. This is a very unique offering because of how many people are forced into using an E3 or E5 agreement. No longer do you have to balance the need of supporting the configuration management and also the threat response activities inside of this bundle. We can now ingest all that activity. If you notice on the left, anything from Microsoft Defender for Endpoint to the identity protection components, and even some of the Office 365 management activity can be fed into the Sophos XDR data lake and overseen by the the Sophos MDR team. Now, the unique thing here, many vendors are offering this in the market share, but Sophos offers it a bit different because of the fact that we can also ingest your non-Microsoft telemetry sources in addition. So you may be using the Microsoft suite for email, endpoint, and server solutions, but You may have another vendor out there such as Sophos for the firewall, or another player out there that you're using for MFA and an identity bucket. So definitely an exciting offer. We like to highlight that this has been announced. And then, of course, when we talk about that announcement, how does this play within the grand scheme of things? Sophos MDR for Microsoft Defender falls within the same SKU category as MDR Essentials, and that is actually going to lead us into a great transition point. So one of the big feedback questions we had received from the audience was, where does threat containment stop and where does incident response begin? And we wanted to make sure we answered that question. So I was fortunate enough to talk to one of my teammates who is a subject matter expert on the matter itself, in Brittany Deaton. I'm actually going to turn the slideshow over to her and let her talk about this in depth for everybody here.
Thanks so much, Jeremy. I really appreciate you having me on. Now, as we said before, there is going to be a difference between MDR Essentials, MDR Defender for endpoint, as well as MDR Complete. And the demystification of threat response versus incident response is a question that we get asked a lot, quite frankly. Now, for generic definitions, before we go into the details, threat response is really what we're going to be doing when we identify malicious activity and adversarial action, but that attack has not been fully deployed, right? We are able to contain that threat at a high level. Now, threat response can lead to incident response, okay? Incident response is what we do when there is a live attack in progress. So if we are applying those threat response actions to contain and eradicate that threat actor, and we're able to resolve that event, it would stop at threat response, right? But maybe we are not fully able to eradicate that threat. Then we would need to move into incident response. And that's really where MDR Complete would be able to shine. Now, kind of moving forward in that same vein, I want to hone in on exactly what we would be doing if we were to implement that threat response. Let's say that we had some delivery of malware or some threat activity. What we would be able to do from a containment perspective, first of all, we would be able to isolate that host. All right. We are able to do that from the MDR console, and that would really make sure that that endpoint has no access onto the rest of the network. We can also live response into that machine, and we can potentially, delete registry keys that shouldn't be there. Maybe we need to kill processes that shouldn't have been running. Maybe there's a scheduled task that's been implemented to make sure that there is persistence after that threat actor has been kicked out. All of those would fall into containment. So at this point, we would have the scope and impact that would be set. There's not necessarily going to be an incident response lead assigned at this time. And there would automatically be analysis of those third-party data sources that Jeremy mentioned before when you did see all of the other telemetry sources that were listed. So those would all be part of that investigation as well. Now, just to clarify, all of this threat response action would be handled on the endpoints and servers that you do have covered. We would obviously not be able to take any response actions on an endpoint that does not have the agent or sensor installed. Now, if we move into incident response, this is for those MDR Complete customers, right? So we would identify the scope and impact of that incident and support containment to prevent or reduce that risk of reoccurrence and propagation of the threat across that entire environment. Now, at this point, you would actually get an assignment of a dedicated response lead. There would be one assigned per shift, and we would interface directly with you to manage that incident. We would also perform manual analysis of third-party data sources, and this is the really cool part, if you do have, maybe there are logs that we need in order to investigate further, you could actually send those to our team if it was involved in that incident, and we would analyze those for you as well. There is also incident management, which would include that incident status reporting. We would give you an action list of what you need to do on your side. And so that action list would potentially be things like creating a firewall block. Maybe you need to implement multi-factor authentication. Maybe you need to disable remote desktop protocol from a machine that was infected, right? So things that we can't necessarily do from a live terminal or from the Sophos Central console, those would be recommendations that you would have given to you as part of that incident response process, right? And those would be identified through that root cause analysis, just to make sure that we do as much possible on our end to keep you safe and keep you contained from the incident, as well as eradicate it. But there are going to be things that your team is responsible for as well, just to make sure that we prevent or at least reduce that risk of recurrence from the incident itself. Now, through the threat response and incident response process, we do take direct action. We also make those recommendations, as I said before, just to make sure, everyone is playing their part in this field to fully eradicate that threat. Now, for threat response and incident response, we do start by identifying this threat, okay? And this is really just going to make sure that we are looking at how that incident was discovered. We're understanding the scope, what impact it had to the business, and then we're going to review all of those detections, artifacts, and activity associated with the incident. Now, a couple of things that we would pass back, to the customer at this point would be including things like deploying that Sophos agent to an unmanaged device, just to make sure that we have full visibility. Then we move on to containment, okay? Now, the main objective here is to research the tools and behaviors used by that threat actor to disrupt and eliminate the propagation of the threat. So what we're doing here is removing all of the malware and artifacts identified. We're going to isolate those issues and the systems if we can, and then maybe kill process, as we said before, to block that malicious code execution, remove any malicious artifacts like registry keys, files, tasks, services, etc. At this point, we would recommend maybe to block command and control actions on a third-party firewall. After that, we do move into that incident response phase if we are not able to contain the threat at this point. And after talking to the operations team, a lot of times this does happen if we have endpoints that do not have the agent or sensor installed, okay? So a lot of times we really only move into incident response if we're finding that there are endpoints that haven't had the agent deployed. So at this point, we're going to start neutralizing that attack. So we're identifying and removing that threat actor within the impacted system via the root cause analysis. So at this point, we are going to find all of the impacted systems and look for additional artifacts that maybe weren't noticeable before. We'll identify exactly how that threat actor compromised the systems, and then we'll remove additional discovered artifacts at that time. Within the root cause analysis, we're going to be looking at, the delivery method, patient zero, exactly the scope of the incident, as well as a full timeline of that attack. Things that we would recommend at this phase would be machine sewer image, as well as patch, and maybe additional related user accounts that you need to reset or suspend. And the final stage here is full remediation, right? So the main objective here is to return to normal operations within your environment and then provide a security posture improvement recommendation that has been identified by that root cause analysis. So things like closing unnecessary ports on devices, enforcing strict policy passwords, and enforcing multi-factor authentication, as well as maybe restricting internet access on your servers and then patching vulnerable services. And so, a lot of other MDR vendors are really going to stop at making sure that that threat is contained, but they're not going to give you that proactive posture improvement, which is really where we get to shine for that remediation. Because obviously, if there are things that are outside of our realm, we won't necessarily be able to implement multi-factor authentication for you. But if we see that this is something that you're missing, these are invaluable to know so that it doesn't happen again. And we do tie that to that root cause analysis. Now, if we're trying to determine whether we're experiencing a threat or an incident, I do want to kind of hone in on this graphic, and I apologize for how small this is. We'll kind of jump in a little bit closer for your eyes. So first of all, we do start with an event. And if that event is deemed to be a threat, it does create a detection. From that detection, it is going to generate a case. Now, this is where we have human analysts that come in to triage. Is this a false positive, or is it a true positive, right? And if it is a true positive, we do lead into an investigation. Now, that true positive could be benign, meaning that there is no active threat in that environment, or maybe it is an active threat, in which case it would be a true positive. Now, once we have identified that that threat is a true positive within the customer environment, it is going to implement those threat response procedures. And once we do that, we will assign a severity. Now, if it is low or medium, we do have an escalation and response, and there are semi-automated case actions that are going to clean up artifacts. But if it is a high severity, then we are going to have an escalated response. And this is where we're going to live response into that machine, or maybe some of the prevention failed. And so that person is going to surgically eradicate that threat. And don't worry, we are going to go into exactly what all of these severities mean and how they are deemed. So let's say that it is critical. So we have already potentially failed to automatically clean up those artifacts, and the live response or some prevention failed. This is where we jump into a critical incident. And as I said before, most of the times this is because we have unprotected assets. So this is where we implement that incident response procedure, okay? And that is where we follow the rest of the steps, such as implementing all of our agents across the board if we did have some that were protected, and figuring out that root cause analysis and providing the team with additional root cause analysis and recommendations on infrastructure that maybe we don't have access to. Now, as I promised, we are going to go through that severity matrix. So let me touch on that really quickly. Now, for low and informational, these are going to typically be things like we found there was poor health in the environment, but maybe we had unauthorized access to a system. Low would be something like a poorly configured or misconfigured SOFA central endpoint. But threat response is going to be implemented with medium or high detections. So let's say we have a medium detection. Typically, this would be something like maybe a static detection for a user downloading a suspicious file from a malvertising campaign. Things that we would do in this case would be delete that downloaded file. If we had something high, maybe there was a malware PDF delivered through a phishing email. Let's say that that user downloaded that file. The file downloads Qbot. We've got an ISO file copied to the temp directory, and then that JavaScript file is executed from the ISO, and then we've got a DLL that's sideloaded. So at this point, the response actions would be to call the customer immediately. We would be able to isolate the hosts in this case. Things that we would do on the endpoint itself, we would be able to delete all of those files that I mentioned before. We would kill legitimate processes and then delete that DLL. But let's say that we do have a critical severity. All right, let's say we're having to move into incident response. An example would maybe be that your SQL server was exploited. We're seeing remote code execution. Maybe there's a new user created from that remote code execution. They enable RDP, they disable Defender, maybe they add a new user authentication, and then they attempt to deploy ransomware in the environment. At this point, we would call the customer, we would isolate that SQL server, maybe disable and delete that created user. We would block the ransomware payload hash and then block that source external IP. So just a high level overview, threat response is going to be looking for those high and medium cases. And then incident response is going to be looking for critical cases. Now, at a high level, this is what we're looking for, but we do have a couple of examples, and I think this really helps to show you what each of the service level offerings would provide in the event of, let's say, a spear phishing attack, right? So maybe a user opens a spear phishing email, they click that link, it downloads a malicious file. So we are finding this at the execution stage, right? That malicious file is already on the machine. Well, if we're using Essentials or MDR Complete, obviously we are going to be able to contain this. So from the console itself, we would be able to isolate that affected device. We would hop into the machine itself and be able to remove that malicious file, as well as a scheduled task that is establishing persistence. And then we would notify you of all the actions taken, as well as remediation guidance. Now, if we are looking at MDR Complete for that full incident response and root cause analysis, we would not only do everything that we did to contain that threat, but we would also locate that spear phishing email and the URL that delivered the link that executed the attack. What we would also do is investigate if other users got that spear phishing link and it was associated with attack. And then we would move on to recommended guidance, right? So from there, we would be able to block that sending domain from the email client. And then we would be able to tell you exactly which credentials need to be reset by the users who were impacted by the attack. Now, another scenario that we have seen is regarding proxy not shell. So let's say that there is an unpatched Microsoft Exchange server in the environment that was exploited. So if we are using Essentials, we would be able to isolate that server as well as disable the affected user account and then remove that web shell on the machine. If we had Complete, we would go a little bit further, right? And so we would understand exactly which version of Exchange was running on the server just to make sure if it is vulnerable to known exploits, we would map those out to you. We would also do log analysis to determine exactly how that web shell was created on the Exchange server. And then you would get additional malware analysis for what was implemented in that environment. And then we would investigate if there were additional users or inboxes that were impacted. Now, again, we are making sure that you're part of this equation. There would be remediation guidance provided to your team as well. So things like the credentials that need to be reset, we would provide a list of that to you, as well as how to patch that vulnerable Exchange server. And so I really hope that we have helped demystify and provide a couple of scenarios exactly, what MDR Essentials and Microsoft Defender would be capable of doing. Containment is a solid option, and MDR Complete is going to go a little bit further, right? If we have that white glove service to make sure that you know exactly what happened, you get that full root cause analysis, and we provide that extra layer of support if you are impacted by an incident. Now, I am going to pass this back over to Jeremy to finish this off, but I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brittany. That was very, very informative. And I think it's worth mentioning for those that are still very much in tune with the program today to mention that in any event, incident, environment, circumstance, etc., that each incident response activity and playbook is going to look different. We wanted to provide some examples today that were very high level, but do know that if there are further questions, reach out either to your local account team, or there will be an alias at the end of this call that you can also contact, and they'll be able to provide you some information. Now, Brittany mentioned a lot of things there about incident response, and I think it's worth mentioning that there's been a recent release at Sophos that allows us to provide more incident response services for the grander Sophos audience. So within that, again, if you're in the Managed Detection and Response Complete account, you have IR inclusive. On the Essential side, you do not. So some good examples there, if you have unmanaged assets, or maybe have another appliance that gets compromised and an adversary finds their way in, that would be out of scope for the MDR Essentials tier. Or maybe your current provider just can't handle the volume of the attack. So we've launched what's hopefully a solution to the big problem. And essentially that problem is having an unknown final cost and time frame for remediation. So many providers offer retainers now. And the challenge in those situations are the fact that those retainers come at an estimate of hours with a very costly rate attached to them. And at the point of time in which the bucket of hours has relinquished, so does the work. Thus, your time to resolve, your time to neutralize, all those key performance metrics are now greatly skewed because of the fact that the operations team has no more billable hours to go against and therefore cannot continue working. We felt this was very unfair in the market. We felt there was a better way to achieve this outcome. Thus, when we introduced this last month, the Sophos Instant Response Retainer, our pre-planned IR service does a couple things differently. One is a prearranged and discounted IR service. So this provides you with a predictable fixed fee pricing that you don't have to worry about overspending on labor hours, having an unknown timeline. You have access to an on-demand team of elite incident response experts that are there for any critical incidents that may be occurring for you at an annual subscription. Now, the nice thing with this is it provides some instant resource to you, even without having an active incident. So many times people ask, well, what can we do today? What are we able to do right now to help better prepare our organization? Right? And it's no different than if you were preparing for a storm, right? You maybe get some food, some supplies. Well, we want to do that same thing for incident response, right? Prepare for the storm. So we give you onboarding documents such as an incident response cheat sheet, a handling template that allows you to fill out proper resources and severities of different event types, a guide on how to handle this with terms of communication and response handling. We will provide a tenable vulnerability scan, a health check and device audit report for your central account. We'll have access to attend our monthly threat briefings, which are very valuable as they're led by the Sophos Threat Intelligence team. And it's a report based on what we're seeing in the last 30 days, as well as other events that are occurring in the marketplace. And it also gives you access to the Sophos MDR community channel, which is a private community on our website. What's nice about all this, it's all bound by a 4-hour response SLA. So we're guaranteeing that IR will be able to be contacted and engaged with within that 4-hour interval. I wanted to leave with a couple screenshots here before we wrap this up. So if someone purchases a retainer with us and has that confirmation, you'll see this notification that pops in, as well as the request to get the formal health check and device audit on the right side there. You'll see very simply, you just add some information into the tenant and it'll return back to you a nice PDF, as well as the vulnerability report, same thing. Enter in your TLDs or top level domains, the IP ranges of your public IP addresses and who this information should go to, and then that report will get conducted and sent off via email after. I'd like to thank everybody for sitting in here. I know that these are always very informative, and we hope that you'll be able to provide us more feedback, that we can continue giving more insight and reporting on what's happening behind the scenes over here at MDR, as well as answering any other questions that may be relevant to some of your security strategies and overall well-being. In order to do so, please reach out to security411@sophos.com. We look forward to joining you with us next time. Stay secure, everybody.
All right. Well, Jeremy, Brittany, thank you so much for such a wonderful presentation. Lots of great information, a really cool kind of walkthrough. I do have a question up on the screen for all of you now. So what we're wondering is what additional information you would like to get about the Sophos solution. So obviously, again, we covered some great information, but there is lots more to get into, lots more to explore. So this is a great way to make sure that you're getting that info. Click on the poll that you see up on the screen here and ask Sophos to follow up with you after we wrap. Now, I will also remind you to head over to the handouts tab if you haven't already done that. There is a great takeaway from Sophos on incident response planning guide. This is so helpful. And, again, it's that what we were just kind of chatting about, these things, when they happen in the moment, you're already in it. So these planning guides give you an opportunity to kind of walk through start to finish, start to explore a little bit what is going to take place during an incident and make sure you're prepared. If you already have one, but you haven't updated that in a while, this is your call. This is knocking on your door. This is the time to do a little bit of an update. So make sure you've got that incident planning guide downloaded and hold on to that, save that for later. While you're doing that, we're also going to give away a quick prize. We have a $300 Amazon gift card going out to some lucky person here live and with us in the audience today. The winner of a $300 Amazon gift card is Lori Klein of Wisconsin. Lori Klein of Wisconsin. Congratulations to you, Lori. You have won a $300 Amazon gift card. Now, we will follow up with you after we wrap. And I do also want to remind everybody that when you ask a question, you are entered to win that best question gift card, even if we don't have time to get to your question live. Your questions, will get answered. We send them all to the teams after we wrap, so the teams all have a chance to respond to you either in live chat, live during our session, or in follow-up email. And you are also entered to win that $50 Amazon gift card. So keep those questions coming, team. All right. Well, we are going to keep things cruising right along because we have another awesome session in the wings here. Boy, has it been a day already. And the fun is not over yet, guys, because here we are with ReliaQuest. Up next, our awesome expert presenter is Ryan Terry, Senior Product Marketing Manager at ReliaQuest. Ryan, I'm so excited to hear a little bit more from you, learn a little bit more about what's going on at ReliaQuest. So I'm going to step back and hand things on over to you. Take it away, Ryan.
Perfect. Hope everyone's doing well. Hope the sessions have been great so far. I am honored to be able to present to you for a few minutes today. As mentioned, my name is Ryan Terry. I'm product marketing here at ReliaQuest. And today I'm going to talk about how we can enhance IT efficiency through the effective use of cybersecurity products, specifically with a lens on the SOC, Security Operations Center. Cybersecurity tools not only protect our systems and data, but can also contribute to increased efficiencies in our IT operations. So with that, I'm going to get started and kick this off. So one of the key factors in evaluating the effectiveness of a cybersecurity tool is to determine whether it increases efficiency. I heard from a CISO about a year or so ago that when they're evaluating new vendors and tools and products, they ask themselves three questions. Does it work? Does it work with the tech I already have or the tech I prefer to work with? And finally, does it save me resources? So the first factor to consider here is whether the cybersecurity tool actually works. Is it able to detect and prevent security threats effectively? The idea is to look for tools that have a proven track record, positive user reviews, and industry certifications. Also consider testing the tool in a controlled environment to assess its effectiveness before implementing it across your organization. Moving left to right, the second factor here is to consider whether the cybersecurity tool integrates seamlessly with the existing tech stack. Capability and interoperability are crucial for maximizing efficiency. Determine if the tool is compatible with operating systems, other infrastructures like the network, and other critical software applications. Integration with existing tools and systems can streamline processes, really improve visibility, and also help IT teams work more efficiently. And then again, kind of left to right, on the third factor here to consider is, does this tool save valuable resources such as time, manpower, and costs? Evaluate if the tool automates time-consuming tasks, whether it provides real-time monitoring and alerts, or offers centralized management capabilities. Assess the potential impact on productivity, response times, and overall workload of the IT team in order to implement this tool. And because I'm here presenting on behalf of ReliaQuest, I'm going to center my presentation around operationalizing or optimizing around security operations, like I said. So to get started, I want to start with those three kind of questions in mind and really give you an example of a tool that we offer here at ReliaQuest that follows each of those three questions. So to kick this off, in terms of those tools to boost efficiency for security teams. Let's dive first into the idea of, does the tool work? So most companies like security operations centers have become really a dumping ground for alerts, whether it's alerts from the phishing inboxes, SIM alerts, siloed MDR or EDR alerts. And they're standing up separate security tools and cloud environments. So they're continuing to get more alerts across their environment. For some companies, this creates really thousands of alerts that overwhelm their teams. It increases company risk due to long mean time to respond, or MTTR, and missing those alerts. SOC teams often have to perform manual tasks, and they have to pivot between multiple technologies, multiple tools, to bring all of this information together, to analyze it, and try to take action on all of these alerts. Unfortunately, like, this causes burnout and churn for security teams. And so, SOCs today are really overwhelmed, if I was to sum this up, by having a lot of tools to work with, alerts from all of those different tools, many data sources that they have to sift through and work through and analyze. The DIR, or detect, investigate, and respond process, is fragmented or manual. And really, this isn't scalable, and it's very difficult for the security operations center to overcome. So we want to focus on getting to those efficiencies and helping our security teams out. So really, the core of what ReliQuest does is we centralize all alerting and the DIR workflow within our security operations platform called Gray Matter. You can see that right there in the middle of the screen. This allows teams to cut through the noise and leverage automation to complete the manual tasks and focus on what's most important. Gray Matter is delivered as a product, as a service, and as a product and as a service. And really, customers can choose, like on a sliding scale, how much they want to get their hands into the product versus how much they want our services team to help manage that for them. ReliQuest, really what we focus on is streamlining the DIR process, that detect, investigate, respond process, by getting direct visibility across the entire tech stack with integrations across the stack. We want to reduce alert noise by obviously like deduplicating alerts, grouping related alerts, and tuning out false positives. We want to automate as much as possible the investigation process while adding content and enrichment to our alerts to help analysts make faster decisions, better decisions, and then automating response with playbooks that take action directly across your entire stack. And then we want to remove as much work from the analyst as possible. So we're really focused on really making security possible is our tagline. And then moving kind of through this framework of, does it work? Does it work with what I already have? And does it save me resources? So this is kind of the second question of, does it work with my existing tech stack? So let's dive into the idea of meaningful tech integrations. So this year, security leaders were surveyed by Enterprise Security Group, or ESG, about how they're looking at integrations to help them be more efficient and more effective. As you can see, 65% of security leader respondents said the top driver for finding integrated solutions is to increase IT productivity. And 88% of respondents agree that a joint solution between two or more technology vendors would help free up staff resources. So this may resonate with the audience here today, but the key really is around finding meaningful integrations and really not just marketing partnerships. So something that will actually solve a use case or provide value for the organization. At ReliQuest, we look at ourselves as a force multiplier for any existing security team. A key element of what we do is to help get more out of the security tools you're already using today. Firewalls, endpoint security solutions like EDR, one or more clouds, a SIM, and email security tools, for example. Currently, ReliQuest offers more than 80 bidirectional integrations, meaning we can help gain visibility absorb alerts, and take action on various tech environments within gray matter. So all without the need to kind of pivot in and out of different tools. So for example, gray matter integrates with EDRs to help companies quickly detect, automate response, and enable threat hunting across their endpoint environments. Gray matter integrates with SOARs to unify and simplify automated response by running the vendor's automated playbooks from within gray matter. And gray matter integrates with identity and access management solutions to simplify user management, streamline access controls, and reduce the risk of unauthorized access to critical resources. And now diving into the third point around evaluating tech to help boost IT efficiency, let's look at the idea of, does this tech save me resources? So it's the third question you can ask yourself to boost IT efficiency around looking at different technologies and tools for your cybersecurity teams. So again, looking from the cyber operations perspective, I've already covered how the SOC is challenged today with really the sheer volume of alerts from various tools they must work through. But to add to this challenge, we see that this requires an inordinate amount of time. On average, an analyst spends more than 10 minutes investigating each alert. And when you compound that across thousands of incoming alerts, you can see, unfortunately, why employee burnout and churn is a major concern for security teams today. Not to mention, about 40% of those alerts are false positives. So analysts are spending cycles working through alerts that really aren't impactful to solve and reduce mean time to respond and reduce risk for the organization. So one area this shows up today for security teams is working through their abuse mailbox. So for those malicious emails that bypass the secure email gateway, organizations are relying on phishing awareness and training programs to arm users to identify and report suspicious emails that arrive in their inboxes. This leads to what is called the abuse mailbox, which helps security teams understand email threats that are getting through the users and remove those threats that end up in inboxes across the organization. So the challenge of an abuse mailbox is, while they're necessary, they create a sizable increase in workload for the security team. There's large numbers of emails reported to the abuse mailbox from users. That number is consistently increasing and includes a large percentage of false positives. It's a highly manual process working through the abuse mailbox to validate whether or not each reported email is malicious or benign, and then remediate based on that information across the entire organization. So what we offer here is Gray Matter Phishing Analyzer, which frees up the security team to work on other priorities and reduce the risk of email phishing attacks. Plus, it automatically follows up with reporters. So if you're a user and you report a suspicious email, you'll get a notification to close the loop and let you know whether or not the suspicious email that you submitted was malicious, in fact, or benign. So this helps security teams gain operational efficiencies by freeing up the security team to work on more important priorities, protect against email phishing attacks, and keep your employees in the loop, those who reported those suspicious emails to the security team. How does it work? So the process is simple. It starts with a user reporting an email they believe is suspicious. That email lands in the client-side abuse mailbox that has been connected to Gray Matter. And every email that lands in the abuse mailbox is analyzed by deconstructing the email contents and extracting its indicators of compromise. Those include, the sender, the email sender, the email header, any file attachment or link that we need to analyze, and the email subject and bodies. We know a lot of malicious emails don't often include files and attachments or URLs, so we have to analyze all of the text in that email. And then through this process, a decision of whether it's safe or malicious is determined about the email, and it's reorganized within the abuse mailbox. Gray Matter then queries all of the additional technologies across your environment, like your SIEM, your EDR, firewall, to add context to those emails and determine really the full scope of the attack or the threat on your organization. Then we use machine learning to capture duplicate reports and signs of phishing campaigns. So we're really automating the process of removing these threats from your inbox, your abuse mailbox. So then we take action to remediate those from across your organization. And then, like I said, we follow up with those reporters and let them know the decision about whether or not it's safe or malicious. So that's just a couple of examples of different technologies that help you answer those questions. Other considerations when you're looking at new technology, especially when it comes to boosting IT efficiency, is the tech easy to try? Is it something you can try out quickly to determine whether or not it's going to help your organization? Is it easy to deploy? Is it easy to understand? Is it easy to find support? So these are other questions you can ask when looking at different tools and vendors to help boost your efficiencies. So to wrap up, to close, when looking for tools that you want to boost IT efficiency, you can ask yourself, does it work? Does it work with your tech stack or that you have or that you prefer working with? Does it save me resources? And to answer the does it work question, you want to ensure efficacy. Does it prevent threats to begin with, to remove much of the workload before it reaches the SOC, before it reaches the people that are impacted? Does it reduce noise, especially when it comes to false positives, so your team doesn't have to spin their wheels working on irrelevant tasks? When it comes to validating based on whether it works with your preferred tech stack, you want to ensure the tool enables choice. So look for capabilities around it being vendor agnostic. It's going to work with across your tech stack that you prefer to work with. Ensure it's easy to deploy. Is there a quick time to value? Also look to ensure you're not going to have to hire additional heads to make the tech work or to make it work with your existing tech stack. And finally, you want to ensure tools help you do more with less. Understand whether it automates manual processes, those high time, low brain activities that allow your team to focus on other priorities, and ensure you think about your team. How will this tech help them find more satisfaction in their day jobs? And with that, I want to thank you for listening to my presentation and open it up for any questions.
Thank you so much, Ryan. What a wonderful presentation. I'm just leaving this up for a second longer because I want to give you all a chance to get a screenshot of that contact info if you don't already have it. And then I'm going to move forward to our poll. So last chance, grab that screenshot. All right. And now we've got a poll up for all of you. And what we want to know is what additional information you would like to get about the ReliaQuest solution. So we just got an awesome introduction, lots of really great information, and there's obviously lots more to dig into, lots more to cover. So this is a great way to make sure that you are getting the follow-ups that you are looking for. Hit that easy button, click on that poll right now, and make sure that you are letting ReliaQuest know how they can follow up with you after we wrap. While you're doing that, Ryan and I are going to dive into some questions. Ryan, you ready?
Yeah.
Awesome. And I do want to say, Ryan, I was really, I could almost feel the audience kind of cheering along at home when you were going through some of the requirements for a tool. And, just things like the simplification, but enabling choice. I mean, it sounds, now I'm saying the word simple 800 times. It sounds simple, but I think we forget that sometimes. We get distracted by shiny tools that can do a lot without thinking about the users within our organization and the people that are going to have to put it into action. And burnout is a real problem on the other end of some of these overcomplicated tools. So I really appreciate that.
Definitely. Thanks.
Well, I'm going to start with this question here. How do you measure operational efficiency with these tools? Or, okay, so great. So this is maybe looking a little bit more at that evaluation time, stage of things. So how are you measuring operational efficiency with these tools, or when you're considering other security products?
Yeah, absolutely. So I would start, like I said, with those questions that I ran throughout this presentation.
Yeah.
But from us, our perspective is on the Security Operations Center. So what we do is, we offer a tool called Model Index, which is something our internal teams share with our customers on a regular basis. And it's really mapped to that detection, investigation, and response process. So the DIR process. We give you metrics on threat detection coverage, investigation metrics, for example, like how many false positives are we removing, how much of that noise you're seeing is actually valid, and knowing like each alert takes about 10 minutes, we want to demonstrate freeing up time for our customers based on that. And then metrics around mean time to respond, or MTTR. So how fast are we able to resolve alerts? Is that 10 minutes improving, or is it getting worse? Those are some examples of things that we can show, but I would start by asking those questions and understanding you guys know your teams better than we do, and understanding how you can help save them more time and let them focus on the best things that they can focus on.
Yeah. Hopefully everyone out there knows their team. I know it doesn't always feel that way. Can you talk to us a little bit about implementation and deployment, like what it's going to look like in the early days, and especially in terms of support and timeline?
Yeah, I mean, are you talking about ReliaQuest specifically?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think it's it's a sliding scale, like I mentioned earlier, whether it's like how much do you want to be involved versus the managed service piece. But we connect to, like I said, we have 80 plus integrations. Some of those vendors that we integrate with are multiple products. So it totally depends on what your stack looks like, how fast we can work with your teams to integrate across your organization. But once we get, up and running, there's quite a lot that we can do. Obviously, bringing all of that noise, all those alerts into one single place for you to see, and then also take action from that single place is incredibly valuable.
I'm glad you mentioned integrations, because we did get a couple of questions about integrations and making sure that they're all going to work together. And a question here, a lot of vendor products offer integrations. So what makes some integrations more meaningful than others?
Yeah, I think I cover this. We know, like, I've been in cybersecurity a while. You guys have probably been in here for a long time as well. There's a lot of marketing integrations, marketing partnerships that look good on paper, but that don't offer much in the way of like solving use cases. So what I mean is, does it actually solve a specific challenge that your organization is facing? And does it do that without requiring you to hire additional people or gain additional skill sets and, expertise that you don't already have? So does it help you solve those challenges fast with the team that you already have in place?
And that's, I think, a great place to start. A question here about, you mentioned the phishing analyzer, and we actually have that as the handout in the console here today. So if you guys haven't already clicked on the handout, now's a good time to head on over there and make sure you've got that solution brief on the analyzer, gray matter phishing analyzer. Can you talk a little bit more about how that might differ from a secure email gateway?
Yeah, so great question. So the secure email gateway is kind of like in that category of, does the tool work? Does it stop a lot of the threats that are coming into the organization and ending up in user inboxes? And a lot of secure email gateways, it's a mature space, so they're really good at what they do. But attackers are opportunistic, and they still get through with different kinds of email-based threats, right? Like business email compromise or different types of phishing attacks. So then the second phase is relying on your security awareness and training programs, hoping that your users can identify and spot suspicious emails and then report them to the security team. Now, we've got all of these reported suspicious emails that end up in an abuse mailbox, typically, that the security team needs to go through, analyze each and every one of those messages, determine whether or not it's bad or good, and let the user know of the decision. So what we do is we sit and connect with the inbox, that abuse mailbox, and then automate that process for them. So we're removing a ton of the high time, low brain activity of the security team by automating abuse mailbox management for them.
Well, and that's certainly a great, again, as we were saying, anything that you can kind of reduce and take off the plate of the team is really important. We are getting pretty close to the end of time here, and I think you've given us a pretty good idea of this, but because it has come up a few times, I just want to make sure that we're reiterating and really hitting this home. Folks out there, a lot of them are kind of sorting through different vendors and different solutions for their organization. So, is there something that you would really want to make sure that the audience is aware of that makes ReliaQuest stand out, or if you want to focus on gray matter, something that's going to stand out as a unique?
Sure. Yeah. So I think, without being too overly promoting, I think we answered those three questions very well. Does it work? Yes. We've been known to, reduce alert noise by well over 90%, really saving a lot of our customers' time and helping them focus on, the most important tasks. Does it work well with our existing environment? Yes. We're vendor agnostic, so really bring your tech stack of choice. We offer integrations across that stack to help you, without pivoting in and out of different tools, solve various challenges from a single platform, our platform. And does it help with, our resources? I already touched on this. Yes. We provide a lot of automations on those kind of what we always call high time, low brain activities to allow your analysts to focus on what's really most important.
Well, and that is a great, it's a great sort of decision matrix, and cool to see where ReliaQuest fits into that. So I really appreciate that. And Ryan, I think you've given the audience a lot to think about. There are still a lot of questions that we have not gotten to, but we are going to keep things moving. We'll make sure that those are available on live chat if your team has some time, and we'll also make sure that they get sent to you in email so that that you can follow up with everyone here who asked a question we didn't get to. Ryan, once again, I want to thank you so much for joining us. Now, sorry, I realized I haven't asked you this yet. Before you take off, though, if somebody does want to get started, that first step to jumping in with ReliaQuest, what do you recommend?
Yeah, I would just get on our website and kind of see what makes the most sense for your organization, and we can request a demo and show you the product, the tool in action.
That's awesome. Yeah, always great to really get in the sandbox as a way to make sure that the tool is going to work for you. Well, exactly. Ryan, once again, thank you so much for being here with us today.
For sure. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
All right. And for all of you out there who are clicking on that poll, opening that handout, asking those awesome questions, keep all those questions coming in. As I said, we are going to make sure that they get to the team, and you will get some answers back either over live chat today or in follow-up via email. So make sure those questions are still rolling in. If you've got them, they've got answers. So bring it on. And click on the poll. Make sure that you're getting the handouts, the takeaways that you need from the day today. And I am going to give away a prize in just a moment here. We are looking at, let's see. What time is it now? We are going to give away 2 prizes. Yes. Okay. So we are going to have a $300 Amazon gift card, and we are going to give away an M2 iPad Pro. So very exciting prize giveaway coming your way. Let's start out, and I'll remind you again, I feel like you can all say this with me at home. You do need to be here live and present at the MegaCast. But as I always say, where else would you want to be today, folks? Where else would you want to be than here on the MegaCast? All right, so we have a $300 Amazon gift card going to Gris Avarello or Gris Avarello, one of those, of Pennsylvania. So Gris Avarello, you have of Pennsylvania, you have won a $300 Amazon gift card. And then we are going to give away one of our iPad Pros, and that is going to Steve Gray of Missouri. Steve Gray of Missouri, you have won an iPad Pro. So we will follow up with you after we wrap. Stay tuned for that. And I do want to remind you that there's a few more chances to win left in our session here today as well. well as that best question gift card coming at you in each one of the sessions. So when you're asking those questions, not only are you bringing up the whole fun and engagement and overall energy of our time here together, you are also entering yourself in for that contest. So keep those questions coming. All right, my friends. Well, the day just keeps cruising along and we are rolling into our next awesome presentation here. I'm so excited to introduce you all to another incredible presenter. And I know we're going to have a great presentation coming our way, because up next we are chatting with Jeff Kelly, Senior Product Marketing Manager at Nutanix. Jeff, I cannot wait to hear what's going on at Nutanix, get a little bit more info from you. So I'm going to step back and hand things on over to you. Take it away, Jeff.
All right, thank you so much. Happy to be here. Thanks everybody for coming today to talk a little bit about how we can help unleash DBA and developer productivity. So, before we kind of get into how to do that, I think it's important to set some context and why it matters. Why does DBA and developer productivity really matter? And if you think about software today or how companies use software, it's really important for companies, no matter what industry they're in, to use software to deliver products and services to their customers, to differentiate themselves from competitors. And if you think about, well, who's building and operating that software, it's DBAs and developers. So making them productive is pretty important. When we think about specifically what database administrators are responsible for, I think first and foremost, database performance, making sure databases are performing, relative to SLAs. Database management and security, so making sure they're running smoothly, they're secure, and of course backup and recovery, so that if something does occur, some type of catastrophic event, that no data is lost and that those databases can be brought back online quickly. On the developer side of things, obviously they're tasked with building applications, developing software. This includes sort of back office applications, back office software that supports the inner workings of the business, but increasingly, they're building customer-facing, revenue-generating applications. So pretty critical, and not just building them, but also testing and debugging them, making sure they're running as they're intended, and increasingly not just building them, but deploying them, operating them, and of course, iterating on them based on real-world feedback. So they want to get that software out into the world, get people using it, see how they're using it, and iterate based on that feedback. So all really important stuff. So what does it look like if DBAs and developers are productive? What can happen? What are we looking for? What's the ultimate goal here that we're talking about? It's kind of what we just talked about in terms of their responsibilities. But when DBAs are productive, databases are performing well. They're meeting their or exceeding SLAs. Databases are secure and they're compliant. And increasingly, of course, databases are available self-healing. This is, again, really important in today's kind of distributed computing landscape. Infrastructure is going to fail, and you need to be able to respond quickly in a self-healing kind of way. From a developer perspective, when developers are productive, that should lead to more software being shipped, more software-based products and services being brought to market. Another way to say this is you would expect, as developers are more productive, to see the kind of the pace or the speed of software development increase, so more code is being shipped. Ultimately, that software hopefully is going to lead to more adoption by customers. Customers are going to be happy, and as the pace of software being released increases, hopefully you're going to see innovation become the norm. We talked about a moment ago. Kind of iterating is a really important part of the job of the developer. And as innovation becomes the norm, that's going to lead to, again, happier customers, hopefully more customer satisfaction, customer loyalty. Now, if we look at the flip side, if developers aren't productive and DBAs aren't productive, what are some of the consequences? So I think, when you think about DBAs, if they're not able to do their jobs well, if they're overwhelmed or overburdened, you're going to see potentially database performance suffer. You're going to see databases being vulnerable to attack and potentially falling out of compliance with both internal and external regulations. And of course, database availability is going to suffer. And if, again, a catastrophic event does occur, there's no telling how much data you might lose or how long it could take to bring those databases back online so normal operations are resumed and there's minimal impact on customers. In terms of developers, when productivity is low, you're simply going to see fewer software products making it to market. Less code released, and the code that does get released, could be of lower quality. The result of that, of course, going to be lower rates of adoption and frustrated customers, not to mention perhaps the frustrated business itself. And you're going to see less innovation, leading to potentially an eroding of customer loyalty, customer satisfaction. So this is just really to set the stakes, kind of why this is all very important, and why we're even talking about this topic today. So I think, the next logical question is, well, what's potentially causing poor developer or DBA productivity? And there's three, I would say, main trends here that are impacting developer and DBA productivity. Now, I wouldn't say the trends themselves are necessarily negative, but nevertheless, they are impacting DBA and developer productivity, and I think causing us to kind of rethink how we approach how DBAs and developers do their jobs. And the first thing is that there are simply more and more databases under management today than ever before. I think this goes hand in hand with what we just mentioned a moment ago about the increasing importance of software to all companies. There are simply more applications out there than ever before, and that is going to continue growing. If you look at some of the analyst estimates, IDC, for example, forecasts 750 million new applications coming online over the next 2 to 3 years. And we know that most applications require a database. And so more applications means more databases. And so the sheer number of databases is just growing dramatically. In addition to that, the variety of databases being deployed is also going up. So, if you went back maybe 10 or 15 years ago, the database landscape was actually kind of boring. There really were only just a handful of dominant commercial relational databases on the market. And most enterprises would standardize on one or another of them. So you might be a SQL Server shop or an Oracle shop. And as a DBA, you were tasked with pretty much learning that database platform. And developers, of course, didn't have much choice about which database they used. But today, developers are gaining more and more power. They're getting the authority or the ability to choose the best database for the job. And so we're seeing organizations running all types of databases. So commercial and open source, relational, non-relational. So now we have not just, more databases, but a greater variety of databases. And third, databases, are now running across more operating environments than ever before. So, our own Nutanix Cloud Index survey found that about 3/4 of enterprises either have or plan to implement a hybrid multi-cloud strategy. So that inevitably means you can have applications and databases running across 2 or more, different operating environments. Could be on-prem data centers or private clouds, 1 or more public clouds, could be a colo facility, and even edge locations to support some of those IoT type use cases. So ultimately, you're going to have more databases than ever before, a larger variety of databases than ever before, and they're going to be running in multiple operating environments, often, each with their own operating models and APIs and processes that you'll have to learn. Now, the results, are predictable. When this happens, first, DBAs are overwhelmed. There's a finite number of DBAs out there, and they're being asked to manage more and more databases. So when I, meet with organizations, kind of exacerbating this is that most companies that I talk to are still managing databases in a very manual way. And that means there's just no way for DBAs to keep up when the growth of the number of databases is just exploding. And so when I talk to DBAs, what I hear most frequently is that they're spending the majority of their time on, what are important, but really undifferentiating tasks, and they're falling behind. So they're running from database to database, they're applying patches, trying to keep up with requests for new databases and clones and backing up databases. And the result is they rarely get ahead of these administrative tasks, let alone freeing up time for higher value activities, things that could really impact the business, like database performance. So databases are overwhelmed. This is obviously going to hurt their productivity, and it's going to risk some databases potentially falling through the cracks. increasing the chance of some type of database failure. And from a developer perspective, they're slowed down. We talked a minute ago about, what's the job of the developer, and their job is to obviously write and ship code and do so in a rapid way. And so they need ready access to the tools they need to do their jobs, and that includes databases. But as we mentioned a moment ago, the way most organizations manage databases is very manual, and that includes how databases are deployed. And so, increasingly, developers are, not increasingly, they are reliant on these overwhelmed DBAs who are using manual processes to deploy databases. So that can mean sometimes developers are waiting days or even weeks to get access to the databases they need to do their job. So obviously that's going to slow them down, and kind of as a result of that, what we often see is developers kind of going around DBAs, going around IT, and they might deploy, their own databases, maybe an open source database, could be one of the cloud database services, rather than waiting for the approved process and getting their databases through DBAs. That in itself is going to impact developer productivity, because now those developers are responsible for managing their own databases. Not to mention, it's going to cause some friction between DBAs and developers when it's time to move those into production, and you're kind of springing that on DBAs, like, hey, we've got our own database here that's not kind of approved by central IT or DBAs. It just causes a lot of challenges and a lot of friction. And third, this isn't necessarily related to DBA or developer productivity, but it is a consequence of those other three trends we talked about. So I just did want to mention it briefly, database licensing costs are going up significantly. There's more databases being deployed than ever before. And, while open source databases are definitely gaining popularity, the majority are still expensive commercial databases, and that's straining IT budgets. So what is the answer to this conundrum? How do we unleash DBA and developer productivity? The answer, we think, is database as a service. So, strictly speaking, if you look at the kind of the standard definition of database as a service, that refers to software or services that enables users to set up and operate and scale databases without having to worry about the physical hardware, installing the database software itself, configuring for performance, etc. When I think about it, I think of kind of database as a service, or DBaaS as it's sometimes called, as having two, overarching characteristics, or two sides of a single coin. And the first is, database as a service uses automation of database administration and management to reduce risk, free up human capital, and lower costs. So, I think let's talk about automation for a second. I know that can be a scary word for some. Some people think automation and they think, oh, that's going to take our jobs away. But that's not how we look at it at all. In fact, I think automation is really the key to improving DBA productivity. And even, perhaps ironically, improving DBA morale, job satisfaction, and even career success. Because a good database as a service enables DBAs to automate those, again, important but ultimately routine data management tasks like cloning and applying patches and backing up databases. So DBAs can manage this huge volume and variety of databases they're being asked to manage, and they can finally get ahead of the game and stop, running from database fire to database fire. In addition to that, it also frees up their time to work on higher value things. So things like optimizing database performance or innovating around database architecture. And, that's good for the business, but I would argue it's also good for DBA careers. It's more interesting work. It's more satisfying work. And I think ultimately it's going to have an impact on not just productivity, but career satisfaction. And then in terms of, the actual the actual operations of the database, automation is going to help by standardizing how you do these processes. So how you scale databases, how you allocate more compute resources or apply these patches. And that's going to enable you to do this at scale. That reduces risk for the organization overall. And I think related to that, of course, is database as a service streamlines how databases are delivered to developers so they can spend more time on what they do best. So that's writing and shipping code. Ultimately, the goal there, of course, is to shorten time to market for new software-based products and services. And this is related to automation. So a good database as a service enables developers to select and deploy databases themselves quickly, with just a few clicks or commands in their development environments, in the configurations they need to do their jobs. And so that means automating the deployment process so developers aren't relying on these overwhelmed DBAs to manually deploy databases for them. So at a high level, that's how I think about database as a service, or we think about database as a service, and how it can help unleash DBA and developer productivity. Now, if we think about the actual database as a service market, what does it look like right now? Not all database as a service are created equal. So, when we kind of break it down, you can look at, we think, 4 main categories of database as a service. And again, some are strong in some areas and not so strong in others. So I think it's important as you are evaluating database as a service offerings, kind of keep this in mind. So, the first, of course, are the cloud vendor database as a service. These tend to focus on a single public cloud, though they do support multiple database engines. Typically, they only work on the public cloud providers' cloud, so it's not going to work necessarily on different operating environments, including on-prem or competing public clouds. Now, the database vendors themselves often offer their databases as managed service on each of the public clouds, but they tend not to support other databases. So, if you're using multiple varieties or different varieties of databases, that's going to leave you looking for other ways to manage those other databases. In addition to that, there are a handful of smaller players that do offer multi-cloud database as a service that support multiple databases. They tend not to be quite as fully featured, mostly support open source databases and not commercial. And not all of them support on-prem. It's more of a niche kind of category. But the fourth category, which is where Nutanix focuses its efforts, is what I would call true hybrid multi-cloud database as a service that supports multiple databases across all your operating environments. So that's on-prem, colo, public clouds. And this is really key, I think, because as we talked about earlier, the 3 trends negatively impacting DBA and developer productivity, more databases, larger variety across more operating environments. Ultimately, I think what you're looking for is a database as a service that addresses each of these challenges. So specifically, how does Nutanix approach this? So Nutanix Database Service is the only database as a service that simplifies and automates database lifecycle management across, as we talked about, all of your operating environments, on-prem, public cloud, co-location, and even edge locations. And importantly, for the 5 most popular databases out there. That's Microsoft SQL Server, Oracle Database, Postgres, MySQL, and MongoDB. If you look at the DB Engine's rankings, for example, you'll see these are the 5 most popular databases in the enterprise today. And NDB enables DBA and platform teams to use automation to their benefit to efficiently and securely manage the entire database lifecycle, from deployment to management, security, and backup and recovery. Again, for all of the top 5 databases. And it does so, whether on-prem, in the cloud, colo, wherever it happens to be, all with a single console and seamless user experience. So the idea here is, really going to ensure operational and security best practices are applied consistently across the entire database fleet. And NDB gives you these benefits of automation without sacrificing control of the underlying database service, which actually is a trade-off you do need to make with some of the other DBaaS offerings, particularly the public cloud offerings. So with NDB, Nutanix Database Service, you retain granular control of the database servers, so you can choose the operating system you want to use, the versions, in the case of Postgres, which extensions you want to use, and make available to developers based on whatever the application or compliance or security requirements you may have. Very important as it relates to developer productivity, NDB enables self-service database provisioning for developers. So this is for both dev test as well as production use. Does this through API integration with popular infrastructure management and development tools like Kubernetes and ServiceNow. And ultimately, it's going to help with improve your security posture. We talked about using automation for things like patching. Rolling out security patches quickly without a lot of manual effort is really important to ensure your databases are protected, and NDB can help with that, as well as things like role-based access controls to ensure compliance and reducing the risk of bad actors, whether internal or external, accessing your databases. Of course, why are we focusing on these features and capabilities? They're all designed ultimately with the goal of helping our customers make databases what I would call an enabler to digital success, maybe an accelerator to modern software development, you might say. Ultimately, so you can focus on what's important to your business, which is delivering these highly differentiated digital products and services to customers. But as we talk about developer and DBA productivity, put another way, NDB helps unleash that DBA productivity, allowing DBAs and operations teams to get ahead of the day-to-day database management tasks and focus on higher value activities that really impact the business. And from a developer perspective, NDB helps unleash that developer productivity by making databases a more seamless part of the software development lifecycle, resulting in empowered developers and hopefully speeding time to market for software products. Not to mention the benefits to database operations, making them more reliable, more secure across your entire fleet. And though we didn't get into this a lot today, NDB also does help make open source databases enterprise ready and helps organizations deploy and manage them in a cost-effective way. That's kind of a whole other topic for a different conversation, managing open source databases, but that's another important benefit I did want to mention. I know we don't have a ton of time, and I don't want to spend too much time here because I want to get to some Q&A. But just when you think about and zoom out from DBA and developer productivity, and you think about how NDB or database as a service fits into some of your transformation initiatives, when we talk to organizations, usually there's one or more of these use cases that they're coming to us looking for help with. Often it's trying to build and get a modern software development practice off the ground. NDB certainly supports that. We talked about implementing hybrid multi-cloud, the role NDB and database as a service can play there, and addressing the skills shortage. And so, when you're thinking about how database as a service can help your organization, certainly you want to think about developer DBA productivity, but also how it kind of fits into these larger initiatives. And we do have a proven pragmatic approach to implementing database as a service. I think this is really important because it can seem a little bit overwhelming to get started. And so again, I won't spend a lot of time here. Would love to hear from you. After the webinar today, if you're interested in learning more, we can talk about how we actually work with our customers to make database as a service a reality in kind of a low risk way, starting with your dev and test databases and moving up through business critical and ultimately to your mission critical databases. And I think hopefully the outcomes and the customer successes speak for themselves. We've seen things like a decrease in storage requirements. I think really important and related to our topic today, a significant increase in the speed of database deployment among our customers or among our NDB customers. That's obviously really critical to developer productivity and ultimately an ROI, a return on their investment in just a 6-month payback period. So again, hopefully this all is helpful and helps kind of help you understand how DBaaS can help your organization, both at the kind of DBA and developer level, but also at the more strategic, or I should say, help you with your strategic initiatives as well. So thank you all for listening. Hope you enjoyed the presentation. Happy to take any questions you might have.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much. And yeah, I'm gonna leave this link up for just a second longer, and then I'm gonna move over to the poll. And we actually do have the test drive linked in our handout section as well. So if you're looking to get that test drive going, head on over to the handouts tab or just snag that link right now and poll. Okay, so we've got the poll question up for all of you, and what we want to know is what additional information you would like to get about the Nutanix solution. Obviously, we just got a lot of great information from Jeff. I'm sure your brain is buzzing just like mine is. So this is a great way to make sure you can revisit, get back into some of this information. Click on that poll right now and let them send you some follow-up information so that you don't have to try to remember all of it later. Jeff, while they're clicking on the poll, should we jump into some audience questions here?
Yeah, let's do it.
Alrighty. Jeff, you mentioned that there's a larger variety of databases today than we've seen in the past. So we have a question here wondering about the advantages or disadvantages of deploying a lot of different types of databases in order to support their organization's applications. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think this relates to kind of the whole move towards a microservices type architecture where you're breaking down monolithic applications into smaller microservices. And in a lot of cases, to make that work, each microservice is going to have its own database. And the advantage there is you can pick the database that is, purpose built for whatever that use case might be. If it's a search related function you're looking for, you might pick one type of database versus if it's more of a transactional application, you might pick a different type of database. And so basically it allows you to build these applications in more granularity and pick the best database for each particular function, which is going to result in hopefully a better user experience. Of course, the challenge with that is now you've got, as we talked about in the presentation, now you've got more databases running, more variety of databases running, and you've got to manage all of them. So it's just a matter of more databases, a larger variety of databases, and with a finite number of DBAs managing them, they're going to potentially get overwhelmed. So that's kind of the pros and cons. And that's where DBaaS comes in, or database as a service can help you manage all those databases. So get the benefits of running multiple types of databases and larger volumes of databases, and do so in a way that's not overwhelming to your DBAs. Allow them to do their jobs well as focus on those higher value activities that we talked about.
Yeah. Okay. So you had sort of mentioned some of the automations that could come up, and especially automating database administration tasks. And we did actually get a question around that, wondering if you could give a little bit more clarity on specifically what some of those automations are, and where an organization might then see the impact of having those specific things automated.
Sure. A couple of things come to mind. I think, we did mention patching. So if you look at database patching, I mean, that's really, really critical. As security vulnerabilities arise, the database providers put out patches that you then have to apply to your databases. And if you've got a large fleet of databases and you're trying to do that in a manual way with a limited number of DBAs, sometimes some of those databases aren't going to get patched in a timely way. As a DBA, you've got to decide, I can't patch every database. I have to prioritize. With automation, if you automate patching, you can then kind of roll out patches across your entire database fleet. Could be or just portions of your database fleet, whatever makes sense for you, but do it in a way where you're not limited simply by manpower. So that's one way that automation can help the getting patches deployed and applied more quickly, which is going to improve your security posture. Other ways to think about it, from a developer perspective, for developers who are building new applications, before they move certainly to production, they need to develop and test their applications. And to do that, they need an environment that replicates as closely as possible what production is going to look like. And so that means cloning production databases that they can use for testing purposes. If you're relying on manual processes to clone databases, again, you're going to have perhaps a long wait. And so if you can automate that process combined with kind of a self-service capability, so developers can actually initiate the deployment process themselves without having to go through DBAs or IT, that's going to help speed that up. And ultimately, that's going to help developers be more productive, ship more code, and hopefully, happier customers using your applications.
Which is, of course, what we're here to talk about today is, that getting more with less and increasing that efficiency. So that's awesome to hear kind of how that can function. I do want to get to a few more questions. We're running very short on time, so I'm going to ask you just one more. And I'm wondering, actually, I'm going to ask you to dig in a little bit more to some of the risks that we might see with developers going around DBAs in order to run their own databases. And one of the things that this question has brought up is potentially hurting developer productivity, but wondering about the security side of things, which of course is always top of mind for folks in the audience.
Sure. Well, it sort of relates to what we talked about. If you want to talk specifically around security, if you're a developer and you kind of go around DBAs or around IT to deploy your own database, first off, you're a developer, you're probably not a database expert. So kind of configuring the database in a secure way, may not be your number one priority. You're looking to build applications. And so, now you're responsible for managing that database. DBAs don't even know you've deployed it. And security goes right along with that. And so, there could be security vulnerabilities to the database that the developer might be, deploying themselves, called shadow development or shadow IT, whatever term you want to use. And so that's going to open you up to risk from a security perspective. So that, and that's just, one way that can impact the organization. The other risks are in terms of, this is not necessarily security, but kind of going to market, is if you're testing applications with a given database that isn't supported by DBAs or IT, when it comes time to move to production, you might be out of luck. You might get told, hey, we can't support that application or that database in production. And now all that work you've done, you're going to have to go back and make some changes. So there's both the security side of things as well as the productivity side of things, as well as, just the real realities of supporting these things in production. So it really does raise a whole number of risks.
All right. Well, I really appreciate those answers. And you mentioned this in your presentation. I feel like there's a lot more we could get into here and probably whole other webinars offshooting from every piece of this. So I hope we'll get to have another conversation with you again soon. But until then, if somebody wants to get started with Nutanix, I know we had that test drive link up. We've got that linked in the handouts tab as well. Is that the best place to kind of jump in?
Yeah, I think so. You can head over to test drive and take it for a spin yourself. And then, we'd love to hear from you. There's ways, on our website, on the test drive website, where you can reach out to us and talk to somebody here, a database expert here at Nutanix. See how we can help.
Love it. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Jeff. It's been such a pleasure chatting with you today.
Thank you. Been fun.
And to everyone out there who clicked on the poll, thank you. Keep those questions coming in. We're going to make sure that those questions get to the Nutanix team, so you will get some answers back. I know we had to move pretty quickly through the Q&A there, but we covered a lot of ground. Man, that was a lot of information packed into that presentation and that chat. So I'm sure you guys all got a lot out of it. I love seeing all the high fives coming in for Nutanix. That's awesome. All right, well, we are going to keep things rolling with a prize giveaway, and I do want to remind you again, just one last time, that handouts tab does have the test drive link in there. So if you haven't clicked on that already, head on over there. All right, we're going to give away a $300 Amazon gift card to somebody who is here live and present with us at the MegaCast. And I actually know this person is live and present with us at the MegaCast because this person sent a little frowny face at the start of the MegaCast. So I hope you hung out. I did not know you were going to win. I don't get to see the names until we get to the prize giveaway. So I'm seeing them in real time with you guys. And we have Chahal Mittal of Michigan. Chahal Mittal of Michigan, you have won a prize. You've won a $300 Amazon gift card. I'm just laughing because that never happens when somebody says, why didn't I win? And then they win. So Chahal, your karma was with you today. You got that $300 Amazon gift card coming your way. Now, don't forget, there's still another chance to win, and that will be coming up for you after our last session. Also, that best question gift card from each session. So keep those questions coming in. Again, we're reviewing all of them once we wrap, so we take time and evaluate that best question and send it on. All right, well, now I'm getting all the frowny faces and smiley faces. Guys, that wasn't the winning ticket. I promise that isn't what did it. But I appreciate all your enthusiasm, everyone out there. No, I wish I could tell you that the frowny face, smiley face was the key to winning. I shouldn't have told you all that, but unfortunately, there's no key. It's totally random. But I guess karma just aligned on that one. But I do appreciate all of your energy and enthusiasm. Thank you for all the smiles and frowns that now I'm getting from everyone. Clearly, you're all alive, awake, alert, and enthusiastic, which is great because it has been a huge day. It's been such a big day. And now here we are at our very last session of the day. So you made it. You've almost made it. You got to stay with us for one more session. Stay active, stay alert. And we're going to get into this last session now. All right, my friends. Well, here we are. We're bringing us home with a grand finale today. We will be chatting with Okta. So our final expert presenter is Jen Vaccaro, Senior Product Marketing Manager at Okta. Jen, thank you so much for being here with us today on the MegaCast. You are the grand finale. It has been such a great day already. As you can see, the audience is here and ready and alert and pumped up to get into this last session. So, Jen, I'm going to hand things right on over to you. Take it away.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm Jen Vaccaro, Senior Product Marketing Manager of Okta Workflows and Auth0 Actions. And I'm joined today by Mick, who is a Senior Product Specialist on our team, formerly an IT admin and doing a lot of the work I'm sure you all are doing, and now has joined us on the product side. So we know that in this day and age, you and your teams are forced to do a lot more with less resources. And in the midst of that, cutting spending, there's also these major innovation pressures that we're seeing and a rise in security breaches. So today, what we're really excited to talk to you about is how to help get ahead of the curve on some of those big areas through identity automation with products like Okta Workflows. So just to set the stage a little bit, we know that there is a tension right now of needing to deliver great and secure experiences for your employees, for your company, for your customers. And at the same time, we know that there's a lot of complexity involved when it comes to building out your identity and making sure all of those aspects are as secure as possible. So many of our customers, and I'm sure you included, have just a sprawl of applications that you're using, SaaS apps, with HR integration systems, etc. And not only do you have this explosion of applications, but also different user types that you have to manage, whether it's your full-time employees, your vendors, contractors, a broad remote workforce. There's a lot that you and your teams have to manage and frankly get right because of the implications can be so drastic if identity is not managed in really the most secure way. So how can we start to grapple with all of these forces across the market and across our own internal teams and rises in data breaches? So a real key to that is around automation and doing a lot more with less resources, less funding, less spending that your teams can manage. The way Okta has been thinking about automation is very coupled to, of course, identity and managing a complex system with automated responses and triggers so that your teams can manage a lot of the same tasks without having to write a line of code. So our product, Okta Workflows, is identity automation and orchestration platform that is no code. So you and your team can use this basic drag and drop interface that you can see here in the right-hand corner. We're seeing a lot of value that our customers are driving from this. The first being accelerating that time to market. We have a lot of pre-built templates and connectors so that you and your teams can get up and running really quickly when it comes to automating your tasks. At the same time, we're seeing a lot of value for our customers around improving security. We know that whether you're using PowerShell or just manual coding or manual scripts, those are really error prone, and they're only as good as the human that is writing them, maintaining them, and managing them. That's where we're seeing a real need for automating your security and automating the integrations and the triggers from your vast system of applications. And we'll talk more about that automation of security as well. Another big area we're seeing customers getting value around this automation is through reducing costs and helping integrate the tasks that may have taken just tons and tons of resources in the past. And last but not least, we're seeing a real need for simplifying those complex tech stacks. So really unlocking the ability to integrate triggers and responses across a wide range of applications that you're using, which you can do with the Okta Workflows drag and drop interface. To double click and give you a picture on how Workflows is really running, Workflows is based on a simple if this, then that type of logic. Here you can see an example of what that looks like in the real world. So this may have been in the past written through, PowerShell or some sort of scripting. And here you can start automating that in Workflows. So an example would be, let's say you have a new employee who's joined the company and you know that they're on the sales team. You want to give them access to Salesforce, but then you want to take even smarter, holistic actions around that new user. So let's say you know that they're on EMEA's team, the sales team, and you want to then assign their territory in Salesforce. So they have their quota and anything else attached to them. You can then add them to the right distribution email list or the right Slack messages, and then even send them their manager a notification before their first day and a welcome notification to them when they join. So it's really that ability to integrate across multiple different applications and start adding that holistic view in a no-code way that will just run automatically so your team isn't having to manually configure each and every piece. And it's not just us who's talking about what the power of Workflows is. So before we get into all the real meat and use cases, just worth highlighting here that we have had a lot of customers on different segments, different industries, extracting value from automating with Workflows. Whether it's Slack that saves hours and hours with Workflows automation, or customers like Wyndham Hotels that were able to reduce their ongoing development costs by 85% due to using Workflows and no-code platform instead of PowerShell and scripting that they were using in the past. Now we'll go into some examples here on really streamlining, automating some of those complex or operational IT aspects. So here are two of the big ones that we're seeing from customers. One is really around catching and fixing identity conflicts. So this could be maybe you have a merger and acquisition. Maybe, you have just a huge influx of new employees because it's Black Friday, what have you. Being able to go and make sure that there's not two, Jen Vaccaros on the same team is really important from an identity perspective, and giving the user their correct email address, their correct identity is a real common one that we're seeing customers leveraging. Another one, which Mick is going to show us a full demo on, is being able to take action on inactive accounts. This is super, super important. If you don't remember any other use case I talk about today, remember this one. So discovering and taking action on inactive accounts is so important because not only does it pose a major security risk if you have, contractors, former employees, etc., leveraging access to resources that they shouldn't, that can, cause breaches. But also in this day and age where we're trying to be really mindful of spending, you don't want to have licensing costs that is going towards people who aren't leveraging that application anymore. So we've seen a lot of customers use workflows to manage a dynamic licensing process, understanding who has access to what, suspending them if they haven't logged in let's say 30 days or however you choose to configure it. And we've had some customers save up to 72% on licensing costs, particularly for managing Google Workspace licenses. So this has been a really, really hot one for us. And because of that, Mick is going to show us a demo and walk you through how this looks like to build from the IT and engineer perspective.
Thanks, Jen. Again, my name is Mick, and before I hop into the demo, what I wanted to do is stop at the Workflows homepage just to show you some of the different resources here that are available. And so here at the top, for those of you that are new to Workflows, we've got some videos here, some Workflows 101, some of the basic components that'll get you comfortable with the platform. And then as you progress, we've got some more advanced videos that'll go through, some more difficult use cases that you'll be able to leverage, some of the knowledge that you've built on from building these flows. And as we scroll down, these are some of our popular use cases that come around. So we've got IT operations. Those can be related to lifecycle management, onboarding, offboarding, auditing and reporting, Office 365 integrations, as well as security operations. And then here at the bottom, as Jen was saying earlier, these are our pre-built workflows. These are going to address a number of use cases. And what I like to say about these is it's more of a blueprint. And just because not every problem or use case is a one-size-fits-all scenario. And so we're allowed to modify them, add to them, remove them, really make them your own. We've got our free workflows training, Foundation for Flowgrammers. These are going to have a bunch of different modules, starting with some of the relatively easier things, how to leverage text, manipulate text strings, and then, moving into more difficult components of workflows as you progress along the way. And it's all self-paced. And again, I want to reiterate that this is a free Foundations for Workflows. And then here we've got our new features and connectors. These you'll see in the release notes, but you also have another spot to come to see what's coming out as far as features and functionality that's going to improve upon our Workflows platform. And then we've got some great how-to guides and videos that our community is building, and these are a little bit different than our templates. These kind of go into some different use cases around, how to notify when a user is suspended. It's similar to what a template is, but they're just not built into templates quite yet. So it addresses a number of use cases that don't exist in our template catalog. And with that being said, I will go ahead and go over the first demo. So what we're going to be doing here is identifying inactive users. There's a number of reasons why you may have stale accounts in your Okta org. Lots of times admins will create test users for a certain project and forget about them, or sometimes customers won't use their direct resource, such as AD or their HR system, to provision contractors. And once their contract's up, human error can occur, and that leaves these users active within your Okta org. So that's the what. How about the why? There's a number of reasons why you'd want to remove these stale accounts from your org. The most important piece is security. If these Okta users still have access to resources, but are no longer with your company, that can pose a security risk. Another reason is cost saving, not only for Okta, but for any downstream applications these users may have been provisioned to. And so let's dive into this flow. So this is a scheduled flow, which is very similar to, if you're familiar with a cron job, you can set different durations for this flow to run. If we take a peek here, we can see, this one, we're just running it a couple times a week. You can set it to a different number of frequencies: minute, hour, day, week, month. You can set it to the time zone you're familiar with, and then, different days of the week. And we'll come to this in just a moment. And what we're doing here on the right is we're listing users with search. And what that does is we're giving some inputs and some conditions around what users we really want to look for. So in this card, we're looking for users that have the lifecycle status of active. And right here, this is the helper flow that we'll be using to iterate over the users that fit that that status. And then below that, this is very, interchangeable. Like I was saying earlier, you can set it to 30 days, you can set it to 60 days, 90 days, whatever fits your particular org. And then this one I find particularly important, especially as you're starting to test out some of these solutions. Streaming records allows you to stream up to 1 million records. And as you're testing things out, you may not want to go through your entire org to find that out. So, what we can do is we can limit that amount. We can set that record limit down to 10, 100, whatever makes sense for your org. So for mine, I'm just going to set it to 100. And let's go ahead and open this helper flow. And you'll see on the left here some inputs that we have, or some outputs. The record object, this is going to be this will contain user data. So in this flow, we're grabbing the user's ID, their last login, and their login, or it's also their Okta username. And so here we have a conditional branching. This flow will continue to the right here if the last login is not empty. And the reason we're doing that is because if we get that last login and it's empty, that means that user's never logged in. So we don't really care about that for this threshold of inactive users, because maybe it's a user that hasn't even started yet. And then if we keep going to the right, we've got a date and time card. And so that's grabbing the date and time of when this flow is being executed. And now we're going to use that date and time and subtract the threshold that we're using to determine if a user is inactive or not. And the type of units that we're using is days. If we keep going, the user's logged in, and now we're looking at, is that last login, measuring up to that inactivity cutoff date, so that threshold that we defined. And sometimes, we'll get either decimals or some additional syntax that we don't necessarily need. So we're going to go ahead and round that number up. And right here, we're writing to a workflows table. And what we're doing is, and if we reach this point, that means that we've reached all the conditions. We hit all the conditions that we care about. They've logged in, and they haven't logged in 30 days. And so once that happens, we'll go ahead and write that user ID, that username, the date checked, so when this was executed, their last login date, and then how many days it's been since they've actually logged in. And so we'll go ahead, and by pressing this test button, we're actually executing this scheduled flow. So if at any point you wanted to run this flow outside the normal cycle of when it's supposed to run, you can always leverage that test button to do that. And so we've got 3 records streamed. This isn't a particularly large org, so we won't have a whole lot of users coming in here. But if we look at the flow history, we can see this, this is the current time that it's been run. We're clearing the table that we were writing to in this flow, because each time we run this, we want it to have clean data. So we don't need to know, because we don't want duplicates of users. We want to have a nice clean table each time we run this. And now, if we take a look at this flow, we can see here's the user record. So you can see that we've got a number of attributes that you're probably used to seeing in the Okta admin console. nice and laid out. And then there's some additional data here that we can always click into if if that's something that you're looking to parse out from this record object. And so it looks like here we've got we're not continuing because they haven't logged in. And here we go. We've got Luke Skywalker. It looks like he has logged in. We're grabbing the time, but it looks like he doesn't reach that threshold, so it's not going to continue on here. And it looks like this user is the same. Hopefully, that makes sense with, how we're scheduling that flow, the conditions we're trying to meet, and, how the parent flow and the helper flow are interacting. It's iterating over that list. And if we take a look here, we don't have any records written here, but this is, if we had someone reach that threshold, this is where we would write those users to the table. And if we head back, I just wanted to quickly, show you how, if you wanted to add some additional functionality to this, let's say we wanted to download the table to a CSV. So we're going to go ahead and choose the table that we have here as inactive users. Go ahead and click save there. We'll give it a file name. So user inactive users.csv. We're going to grab every row that's in there. And so that's going to generate a file for us. And then let's say we want to send an email with an attachment to our IT team or our security team. And so we can write it to whomever you'd like to, whether it's IT, security, or yourself. We've got the file name, and then we drag the file content into there. And so that's kind of what I was talking about, is how this is, it's more of a blueprint, these templates, and something that you can really make your own and help whatever your business process is currently, you can improve upon it, automate it, and really make it yours. And that's all I have for this demo. I'm going to go ahead and hand it back to Jen.
All right. Thanks, Mick, for walking us through that demo and give folks a chance to see what it really looks like to work with workflows. Just closing up on this general theme of using workflows to automate those operational tasks when it comes to IT. Two examples I just want to quickly touch on are, one is now you're able to leverage workflows for really highly time-sensitive use cases that may require inline hooks, for example. Or another one we see is really popular is automating your reporting with workflows. This could be running reports on who has access to MFA or who has 2FA enabled, etc., and using those for compliance. So after talking through some of those big use cases, let's share what are some of the new resources that we've recently launched with workflows and features and product areas, and then what are some upcoming items we have on our roadmap. We now unlocked the ability for our customers to use products such as delegated flows, which really allows you to have just super admins run your flows, but instead empower other admins to run specific flows that you want. We've seen a lot of value through customers being able to reduce the ticketing and all of the management from the help desk by having these delegated flows to run workflows. Another big area that's worth calling out is low latency flows. So we recently unlocked the ability to run really time-sensitive use cases with workflows, such as the inline hook example I briefly mentioned. Another call out here is our connector builder. This is exciting and is innovative in the space. It enables the authoring of new workflows connectors within our no-code flow designer. So this is really important because it gives you access to be able to use more pre-built connectors faster and build on that ecosystem. So if we don't have a pre-built connector for you, you can very quickly make a connector to your own maybe personal system or just an application that we don't have a pre-built connector for. You could, of course, do this through APIs as well if you want, but this connector builder enables you to build that out really quickly through a no-code way. We have some other big areas, and one that I'll mention is we're working towards becoming a FedRAMP moderate. Today, we do not have that for workflows. We don't have that that authorization, but it is something we are actively working to become ready for that audit, and we hope to have more news in the later half of this year or moving forward, and please stay tuned for that. We'll also be looking at more ways to integrate workflows with our customer identity. So all of these that we showed you today are really focused on our workforce, your employees, and really being able to automate your processes around those employees. But in the future, we hope to have similar capabilities that you can do for your customers and customer identity use cases. All right, so with that, we're bringing us to the conclusion of this talk. And just to walk through a quick summary, we talked through a lot of areas today. So hopefully you are walking away with this presentation with a few big takeaways. The first is that the time is really now to embrace on an automation journey. Whether you're trying to keep up and scale in the midst of rising security breaches or trying to do more with less resources and funding, automation, and particularly identity automation, is a really key piece in that journey. Workflows as a product enables you to automate so many different areas of your IT and your security stack. One of those areas is simplifying the lifecycle management and customizing and extending that process. Another is being able to automate those IT and operational processes, whether it's audit and reporting or identifying inactive users like Mick mentioned. And the third big bucket is really around unlocking that automation around security, preventing, responding to potentially suspicious behavior is something that we're really seeing value that customers are receiving with workflows. So what workflows and automation can really help you unlock to scale your business and your team.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Okta crew, for that awesome presentation, the demo. That was so interesting. And I know the audience was really enjoying kind of seeing things in action, as well as the flogrammers. That was a very popular name. I like that nomenclature, the flogrammers. All right. Well, again, thank you very much for that presentation. And I want to point out to everyone out there that we have the opportunity for you to get a little bit more information. So you can click on that poll up on the screen right now. Let Okta know what additional information you would like to get about their solution. Lots more to dig into, lots more to explore. So this is a great opportunity right now to make your life a little bit easier just by clicking on that poll and let them kind of follow up with you. Don, I agree. Great information, great demo. Love the shout out. All right, and I also want to remind you all to head on over to the handouts tab. Be sure you've got the Okta handout. Secure your company with identity-first automation using Okta Workflow's no-code platform. Again, this is a great follow-up to the conversation that we just had. You're going to get a lot more information, and it makes it really easy for you to bring this back and share this information with the rest of your team, because I know a lot of you are doing that a little bit later, and so you're going to want this information for you. All right, so you've got the handouts, you've got the poll, you're clicking on that, you're getting in your last questions, because we are going to make sure that those get answers from the Okta crew. And while you're doing all of that, I will give away our very last prizes, and then I promise I will recap the entire prize winning list here. All right, so we have a $300 Amazon gift card, and we have an M2 iPad Pro in the wings here. So I am going to give away a $300 Amazon gift card. Oh, last reminder, I always got to do it. You got to be here live and present at the MegaCast. You knew I was going to say it. Okay. Our next winner of a $300 Amazon gift card today is Anyana Paul of Kansas. Anyana Paul of Kansas. And our last winner of an M2 iPad Pro, and I almost said number 5 because it was the 5th one we're giving away. Oh, guys, it's been a long day. Andrew Coleman of Oregon. Andrew Coleman of Oregon, you are winning the 5th of the M2 iPad Pros that we are giving away today. Congratulations. That whole list, I'm going to do it all for you because that's how much I like you all. I am going to read this entire thing out. Gift card, Paul Giramini of Massachusetts. Gift card, Christian Reuter of Minnesota. iPad, Ryan Capra of Michigan. Gift card, Matt Baldwin of North Carolina. Gift card, Shin Wu of California. iPad, Andre Udvenko of Oklahoma. Gift card, Richard Bayea of California. Gift card, Xing Shu of New Jersey. iPad, Brian Johnson of Indiana. Gift card, Lori Klein of Wisconsin. Gift card, Grease Avarello of Pennsylvania, or Gree Avarello of Pennsylvania. iPad, Steve Gray of Missouri. Gift card, Chahal Mittal of Michigan. Gift card, Anyana Paul of Kansas. And iPad, Andrew Coleman of Oregon. Whew, that was a whole list. Yes, amazing. All right, breathing deep. Jonas, I saw your message. I'm fingers crossed for you, my friend. Jonas sent a nice congrats to everyone and a fingers crossed for himself. Aaron, thanks for the congrats. I love that. You guys are all so positive. Oh, Vinay says, I think you forgot to say my name. I'm saying it now, but I don't have a prize to give you. But I do have a gold star to give you for staying on all the way through till the end and participating in this all the way through. And I appreciate that from all of you. Thank you so much because I know it's been a big day. So on that note, I do want to remind you all that we do have that best question gift card. We'll be looking at all the questions asked throughout the day, and we will be following up with the best question asked from each session. So stay tuned for that. And I do also want to remind you that if you're sitting in the wings here thinking, man, this has been a great time and I'd like to join in, we would love for you to come and participate in a MegaCast, an EcoCast, a DemoCast, a PanelCast. Boy, we've got it all. If you know about it, we will cast about it. So if you would like to get connected with us, send us an email at connect@actualtechmedia.com and we will get that conversation rolling. All right. Well, with that, on behalf of the Actual Tech Media team, I want to once again thank our speakers today with us. Boy, we had a powerhouse list. That was Couchbase, StrongDM, Rubrik, Pure Storage, Progress Software, OutSystems, Sophos, ReliaQuest, Nutanix, and Okta. Thank you all so much for making this MegaCast possible. And on that note, a big thank you to all of you out there for attending, for participating in the MegaCast today. I had so much fun with all of you talking about what we would do if we had more time, more resources, how we would use that in our work lives, maybe in our life lives. And where the crossovers are there for us. Because for some of us, if we had a little bit less to do in our work lives, we would have more free time in our live lives. So I think that was a really fun conversation to hear from all of you. And I also, on that note, want to say how much it means to me and to our entire team that you choose to spend some of that time knowing how short our days are, how busy our time is, and just how much even a few minutes here and there can mean. So the fact that you are all willing to spend hours with us today, and on all of our events that we do, that really does not go unnoticed. We very much appreciate you all. We appreciate you being part of our community. We are here to bring you information, but we are only here because of you and because of your participation. So it means a lot. And I want to thank you all for spending some of your valuable time with us. Now, I hope that you will go on about the rest of the evening, afternoon, morning, wherever it is for you, and spend some quality free time doing the things that you love doing. Maybe that's coding, maybe that's developing, but hopefully it's something fun and involving the people you love. On that note, we'll sign off pretty quick here, but I do want to remind you all to head on over to the PanelCast on Friday, September 8th. That's noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We're going to be talking about hot tech and topics from VMware Explore 2023. It's going to be a super fun day. We're going to be chatting with Rubrik, getting a really good idea of what's hot, what should you be talking about, what should you be thinking about from VMware Explore 2023. So come join us on that PanelCast Friday, September 8th. That's this Friday. Wow. 12 p.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. All right. Oh, Paul, thanks very much. Paul's sending a shout out to the Actual Tech Media team for all the hard work. And I would definitely have to echo that. Not for myself, although thank you, but because we do have a whole team of people behind the scenes here making all of these things happen and come together. So big applause to everybody involved. And with that, I think we will leave it there. I hope that I'll see you all at another MegaCast, a webinar, a PanelCast again soon. And until then, I hope you all have absolutely beautiful ends to your day.